Hey, pretty good. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
Director Irvine, we've made you a panelist. If you could please join as a panelist and we'll do a audio test.
Also, I wanted to let you know I have a note for you that we have to be verbal roll calls today because.
Yeah, something. Yep.
Thank you.
Steve, this question. There's a text message.
Director Irvine, can you hear us?
Okay.
I thought you were gonna go to the thing on Wednesday nights.
No, I couldn't.
Director Irvine, you are muted. If you could please unmute and do an audio test with me.
What?
No, they put me out in the OR and.
Do you want me to put that back here for you?
Okay, my purse.
Hey, Ahmed, how am I coming through?
You're coming through perfectly. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great.
Oh. I'll probably forget that, but
It doesn't look like he's dodging bullets.
How are you dodging bullets up there, down there?
Yeah, it's a rough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Yep, send a former Marine.
Is it?
So far, so good.
I was gonna say you're in Cabo and most of the stuff across the Gulf and Puerto
That's
Vallarta.
right. Yeah, that's where all the trouble is. There's nothing here. This place is pretty quiet, pretty sleepy.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, no issues.
So T, you're saying we need you to send us a password on this?
if you don't know your password, if you haven't written it down, then I have to send you a password reset.
Okay.
Hey, Therese, real quick, or Ahmed. So I got a link for the closed session item. So I just cancel out of Zoom, this Zoom, and then I re-log in under that new link.
Okay.
And then just enter the ID and passwords.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, it's gone.
This one's yours, right?
That one.
Titles.
And my gripper was way. Oh, this is very high.
I did it before you.
For what?
They're cutting off the beard because this is growth. It just keeps growing. I've got it done.
Oh, that was the one you did last time.
No,
Oh,
I kept peeling it off and I would light it on it and it would go away. And it's just breath. So she's like, I don't like the color it is. So it's kind of like tip of his ear underneath his ear.
yeah.
But if I let it get bigger, it looks like I'm putting off. So. Because if it isn't good, so.
Yeah. Early detection. But what did he have done last time? He had that surgery.
But he never goes in for anything.
Oh,
He just gets straight.
no.
But he never gets, he's never been out there. I did that. I think it's like really bad. We would have been very. You want me to go down and come out?
It's actually, it's like loaf. It is. Not the kids' table. Right.
Do you want to trade chairs?
No, I can go down and up.
I switched to the microphone over here and that thing was on the pad. So it just was weird. Get this out. Is it in the way? No, it's not.
Does Constantine? He's gonna have it here, because I only help the one thing.
It's, I love all three nameplates.
I know, I have Constantine here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he has way more.
Sam Ed, got a question for you. That nice gentleman that was at that meeting last Thursday, he kept on praising Sentinel. Is that a good, he kept on saying it's like the best?
Plate is here.
Oh, I guess not.
Wait for the closed session. What
Do
question?
you want to save this on her?
But, okay.
Or do you want to put it here so you don't forget?
You know what?
Yeah.
Cause I go, I'll forget.
That would be me.
Oh,
I know that because
Oh, she had a pen there. for me.
Oh, I asked him the same question.
like. And I was
Wow.
really surprised. He kept on saying Microsoft, it comes with their own software. And I'm thinking, how good would Microsoft's be? I would think an independent one that really deals with cybersecurity. I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Reason?
We don't do a presentation. I'm saying for you. She's in, what did she call it? The, Winter Storm Fernando and Bombo Genesis. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Well, I know that means 2 feet of snow and it's a lot nicer here. so-
What city?
New York, New York City.
Oh, it's like really high. Oh, he's from Pennsylvania. But she's like, "Are you sure you don't want to come here?" I said, "Well,
See too. Dr. Mack, how are you?
Pretty good.
Good, good.
Looking awfully dapper today.
Yeah, you too?
No, you look better than I do.
but then-
I don't, you're more colorful. You got that nice blue.
Want to go down.
Better turn that on.
High, low.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
At the beach. How old are you?
That one.
Would you see this?
I don't know, what is it?
It's another commitment for you.
Oh, good for me.
Shit, there, I'm gonna put that on my notes too.
Like to do. What's this for?
Open seat on the CFDA board.
I tried.
Yeah,
I've tried twice. And I
I
mean,
know who's our incumbent on this one.
because I went against Joe McKenzie and that was a big mistake.
Yeah,
Actually, I went once against Joe McKenzie and then the next time I went against the lady from Orange County, which is her close friend.
He's rerunning.
Altadena Library District.
Yeah,
And so it's just like,
incumbent's rerunning.
Mhm.
I did a ton of twice. But one time I came second.
Call to order the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for February 24th, 2026. May I have a roll call vote, please? Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Vice President Mack,
Here.
Dr. Townsend Smith,
Here.
Dr. Hoffman,
Here.
Dr. Irvine.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda
None from staff.
from anybody on the board?
Nope. Okay.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hoffman. Roll call vote, please.
This,
Oh, I'm sorry.
oh, that's all right. I know we look the same.
No, it's my hearing. My fault. Moved by Director Mack and seconded by Director Smith. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Mack.
Yeah.
Dr. Townsend Smith,
Here.
Dr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Dr. Irvine,
Aye.
Dr. Hamilton.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Public comment, any person may address the board at this time upon any subject not identified on this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of Rainbow Municipal Water District. However, any matter that requires action will be referred to staff for a report and action at a subsequent board meeting. As to matters on the agenda, if a request to make a public comment is received, an opportunity will be given to address the board when that matter is considered. Do we have any requests for speaking?
I have none.
You have none? Okay. Are there no
Yes, sir.
hands on the, I will drop the comments for submitting the comments. Item number 7, consent calendar. Consent calendar are items that are expected to be routine and non-controversial to be acted upon by the board at any time, at one time without discussion. If the board member, staff, or an interested person requests this item to be removed from the calendar, it shall be removed so it may be acted upon separately. And I would like to pull item number 7 out of the consent calendar. Does anybody else have any objections or requests?
I'm just wondering about one. I thought the E&O committee, November 4th was canceled.
This was. No, we didn't cancel that one.
Okay.
December's was canceled.
That was probably it.
That's what I'm thinking.
So we're pulling item,
A7.
Mhm.
I guess A7, because it has to do with all the sub pieces, right? We're
Well, you
pulling A7. I'm questioning A1, or did we get a clarification on?
Yeah, the minutes are in there the meeting did occur. It was December that was canceled.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No additional changes, then do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 7?
So moved.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hamilton. Roll call, please.
Dr. Mack,
Yay.
Dr. Townsend Smith.
Yeah.
Dr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Dr. Irvine,
Aye.
Dr. Hamilton.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
So now we take up item 7.
We do. Item 7 is the adoption of a resolution fixing a time and place for a hearing and meeting on water availability charges for improvement district number 1. That's an annual event that we do. It's actually a property tax charge on all the parcels in our district. It was established in the mid-90s when Met established some of their fixed charges. They had an option where you could collect a portion of those on the tax roll, basically to offset those charges. The charge hasn't been moved in the 30 years it's been around. It's a little over $10 an acre. Or if you're less than an acre, it's $10.23, something to that effect. About $500,000 a year in revenue to the district. Again, it just offsets our fixed charges for Met. Otherwise, we'd have to collect those through the water rates. And so we hold a public hearing every year just to continue the charges as is. And we don't plan to do anything different this year.
Okay. That was my question, whether we had any plans to change or recommend changing the thing. I figured it was just the regular meeting, but wanted clarification for both the minutes and everything else that it's a perfunctory activity in which we just are proposing to continue the charges as is.
Correct.
Okay. Do we need to vote then to put it back?
No.
You just
Move
get it
approval.
separately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Greg just moved approval.
So moved by Director
Irvine.
Irvine and seconded by Director Hamilton. Roll call vote, please.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine.
Aye.
Director Hamilton,
Aye.
motion carries unanimously.
Action items. Item 8A, consider adoption of a resolution authorizing the execution of the joint exercise of power agreement for the establishment of the Bonsall Unified District Rainbow Municipal Water District Joint Powers Financing Authority.
Yes, so this has been in the works for a while, and I know everybody knows about this, but this is kind of step one in formation of a joint, really a partnership between us and the school district to form a JPA with the intent of issuing bonds for some of the developments. This is in particular is related to the Havens development, their phase 2, but it has positive financial implications for both us and the school district. And I think we worked out, a good arrangement. I think there's a couple of things within that JPA formation, the document there. It establishes that, both us and the school district will each have 2 board members on the JPA. So, which is a little odd for a board, right? A little unique for a board because usually you want an even number, but I think it's indicative of this is a partnership. And if everybody is in alignment, then we're not in alignment, right? And so that I think that was a good, that establishes this. It establishes that we'll have regular meetings, but a lot of flexibility there too. It establishes monthly meetings. The JPA board will not meet monthly. We're probably, to probably be a couple of meetings this year to actually establish the community facilities district that we intend on funding and those kind of things. So there'll be a couple meetings this year. And then probably it's just once annually to update that. Once this JPA is established, there is the opportunity to do additional financing, whether that would be just the water district or if we have additional CFDs that we want to form. So this is kind of the start of a partnership with the school district. Really excited to begin that. They're a great partner. They have a lot of, and I talked about this a little bit at the school district board meeting. They approved this same, their version of the resolution and the same on February 12th, I think. Director Hoffman was with me at that board meeting. I had a chance to speak, and what I said there was, it feels kind of like a unique partnership. I don't know if anybody else is doing this, but we have so much in common. I think that it just made sense. Our boundaries are very similar. They have an 88 square mile boundary. We have an 85-ish square mile boundary. A little bit of differences, but basically we cover the same exact geographic area. They have a lot of facilities needs. We have a lot of facilities needs. So any kind of funding that comes that helps that is obviously, even if it's incremental, I think that's the word I used was, it's kind of a incremental solution to kind of the problems we both face, or the problems we face. But anyways, that's what's in front of you. Again, this is step one. Again, we'll have to appoint a couple of members to the JPA. There'll be additional actions beyond that, both by the board and by the JPA board, but with the intent of forming a CFD later this year.
Does this have to be filed with the state?
That's a good question. I don't know. Is Adam on?
I am on. I do
Yeah.
believe that it is filed with the state. I don't quite know the mechanics behind that, but I could certainly work with the legal counsel to find out.
And we just actually, now that he mentions that, Nossaman's obviously reviewed all of this. They have a wonderful attorney that is an expert in this field. Her name's Lolly. But yeah, they've reviewed all these documents and given comments back too. So it's undergone both district review and legal review.
I'd also like to say, as I told you before, or actually in the past, San Marcos did the same thing, City of San Marcos, and with the San Marcos school system, where we built a joint public works facility, and so that's where I was telling you, where they shared cost on gasoline and everything, so it was very beneficial. So I think this is a good thing. So
Yeah.
it opens a lot of doors.
Are you looking for volunteers for this JPA at this meeting or for this agenda item? Is that part of the process?
Not today, but we will have that coming up. Yes.
Got it.
Any other questions or discussion? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Hoffman, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. Roll call vote, please.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Yes.
Director Irvine,
Aye.
Director Hamilton.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We actually have the president of the Board of Trustees for the school district here. She wanted to say something. Is that she's stuck in New York in a blizzard?
Dr. Golly is in New York City right now. She was due back on Sunday, and unfortunately, the weather there is keeping her for a few extra days. So we are very excited as a school district to be able to partner so closely with Dr. Golly and Jake Wiley have been working together through Rotary over the last year or so, since Dr. Golly's been the superintendent of our schools. And conversations in Rotary have led to share a lot of common infrastructure necessities that, collaboratively we can, hopefully tackle together and be able to work together for the benefit of both organizations. So we're very, very excited for this partnership. And I know with the development that's coming, that's here and whatnot, to have that infrastructure uptick for both of our organizations would be really a wonderful thing. So thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can't raise the volume real quick. Dr. Golly wants to add something.
I wish that I could be there in person. I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to add my thanks as well for your bringing this joint powers agreement forward. And I want to thank Jake and Director Hoffman for coming to our board meeting as well. As Larissa said, we often reflect that as public service organization, we have such a common responsibility to serve our community. And I think this agreement really reflects that shared commitment. And it helps us maintain local control over our CFDs and related financial decisions, so we can ensure that they stay closely aligned with the needs of our community. I do think that it is something that's very exciting moving forward. And I just wanted to echo that we appreciate your partnership, and we can't wait to see what this will bring for our community as we work together in service of the residents, students, and families. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us here today.
Yeah.
Item 8B, consider authorizing the general manager to enter into a mutual aid agreement between Rainbow Municipal Water District and the Rancho California Water District.
Yes, another partnership. Actually, it's Luke Johnson, our risk and safety officer, has been working with his counterpart over at Rancho to develop a mutual aid agreement. It's really more specific to emergency response, sharing of personnel, materials, equipment, things like that. But these are really important to have in place when those events do occur ahead of time. so that we make sure we understand how those processes work, right? And where the risk is and that kind of thing. Our HR risk department doesn't like it when we do things that don't have formal agreements associated with them. But anyways, yeah, another really good partnership. Rancho has a lot of facilities again that are like ours. You know, they have a hilly area of their or a hilly part of their service area, a lot of topography, high pressure steel pipe, you know, those kind of things. So we share a lot of the same materials and equipment and those kind of things. And they are a great partner. It's a great organization. And so, yeah, that's what's in front of you today is a potential mutual aid agreement.
And that's just in safety, or is it going to be broader than that?
Well, it's again, equipment, personnel, materials, you know, really anything that the other agency requests. Like, you know, if they request it and we got it, we you know, we obviously we do our best to provide those needs. It could also, that's what I think the agreement also contemplates, shared training and things like that, mostly on the safety emergency response side. It is kind of focused on that part of it. But no, it's very operational in nature. So yeah, leaks, breaks.
Fallbrook, right?
Right.
The one with Fallbrook is a little more broad. That one, it's a
Exactly.
mutual services agreement. It includes those same elements, but also, you know, we agreed to kind of look at other areas where we can share services that would provide cost savings or things like that. This one is a little more specific to the emergency response. That's the only difference.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I move to authorize this.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Townsend Smith, seconded by Director Mack. Roll call vote, please.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine,
Aye.
Director Hamilton.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Consider replacement item 8C. Consider replacement of the district's enterprise resource planning ERP platform and development of a scope of work for procurement for inclusion in the fiscal year 26-27 budget.
And I'll explain to you quickly what that means. We've been looking at our ERP systems, which is basically just our software platforms, primarily our asset management and financial platforms. Both finance and IT have dedicated a lot of time to taking a look at what replacing these systems with more modern, integrated systems, you know, a more modern integrated system would look like. Today is really kind of step one. We brought this to budget and finance, and today to the board. Really, we'd like to kind of take the next step to actually develop a scope of work, kind of firm budget numbers, although we've got some pretty good budget numbers that we'll share with you kind of on what the costs look like, and start to basically put it into the budget as we start budget season. So March, April, as we kind of roll into next year's fiscal year budget. That's kind of what we're looking for, is kind of let you guys understand kind of where we're at with it and what the potential upside is of actually replacing the system, both functionally and financially, and kind of get the blessing to move forward. That's where we're looking. So Constantine, Ahmed will give lots of details and take it away.
All right. So I'll kick it off here. Okay, there. Got it. So I'll tell you about this from more of a technical perspective, and then after that, Esther and Constantine will chime in on more of the financial perspective. But I'll briefly cover the ERP costs that we have so far. We've been noticing year after year that our softwares have been getting more and more expensive, and without us receiving appropriate upgrades, right? So as these softwares are published in the cloud, we expect that they're updated on a regular basis. Now, while they do patch and do things like that, we don't get version upgrades that we expect from our cloud softwares that we do have. So what we've been noticing is that there's new technologies that have been coming out in a lot of these softwares, making it easier for staff to use, as well as providing technologies such as AI, which we had discussed with you in implementing in a lot of the new softwares that we have. We are aware that most agencies start replacing their ERP systems every 5 to 7 years. The current systems that we have are outdated. The technology is very old, which to start integrating with other systems and things like that costs us more because we have to get their developers to work on those. We've been looking at what our agencies in the areas have been doing and the new modern softwares that they've been installing. So we've been following that as well. So some of the softwares that we have EAM, which is our enterprise asset management that does our inventory and our purchasing and work order management system, of course. And that is 9 years. The second part of the ERP is Infor Cloud Suite Financials. That's 7 years old, and that's responsible for doing all of our budgeting and, well, not budgeting, but finances and so on. And IPS, Infor Public Sector, that's also 7 years old. They were both put in the same year, actually, same day. And that's responsible for all of our customer billing, right? Esther will show you how much improvements have been made and how that can reflect even on our customer side so that they can show so that our customers can see better views. Some of the things that we're facing with all three of these softwares is they're separate. Even though they're under one umbrella company, they are separate, and getting them to talk together is not cheap, right? Getting 2-3 softwares to talk together. So what ends up happening is we have staff doing manual processes and manual massaging of data and things like that, which becomes prone to human error. These modern systems will allow us to do more automated workflows. We'll be able to get data to just flow through all three of these different ERP systems. We'll have better security and better reporting on this. So we'll show you some of that.
Ahmed,
Yes, sir.
you, on the green bar on the bottom of this particular slide, you mentioned end of life. Is that IPS-7 is end of life, or all three of those?
All three of them. Yeah.
Have been end of life by the company.
Yes. So end of life cycle. Sorry, not end of life. Like the company hasn't abandoned them. They're still producing this product. EAM, I've worked with EAM since 2009. It still looks the same. It still works the same. And that's a very long
lifetime for a product.
And you really need to know what you're doing in it.
Yeah.
And you're saying we have to pay a yearly fee to continue?
So it's a subscription service, as most of these
Is it
are.
a year?
Yeah.
Annual?
But what we've been seeing is that they've been adding an incremental cost.
And we're not getting the updates.
We're not
Or
getting
marginal
the
benefits.
updates. Yeah.
Marginal benefit.
So these softwares, I'm not saying that these softwares are bad. They're Titanics, and they don't upgrade them easily. And for us, navigating them we're navigating them through a river. So it's too big for us.
As background, since I was here when we acquired it, these systems were really designed for organizations about 10 times our size or bigger. And we negotiated a special deal with them to get core elements at a reduced price. But I also think that the impact on that is we probably don't get the level of support that we need. And if you look at the life cycle of software, the fact that they haven't done anything on integrating these three modules over the last 8 years basically says they're just milking it. It's a cash cow for them, and they're probably looking at new product A, B, and C, which would be incrementally above what we have. So the fact it's a subscription service, it's time to seriously consider reevaluating.
And to put that in perspective, IPS in 2018, the cost of implementing that was almost $1 million, just the IPS.
Yeah.
Yes.
Question, as you mentioned, software kind of goes out of date there, but so does hardware. Are we gonna have to also update hardware, computers and such?
It's in the cloud, it's just a browser.
Yep. So they with that, their backend, we know their backend is really well. They use AWS, they use the they have CrowdStrike, which we discovered when CrowdStrike went down that they use CrowdStrike. But they have really good backend. It's the software itself. The new subscription services that we are going to get will also be hosted in the cloud, so we won't have to pay upfront for the hardware costs.
But then you also mentioned security, which sometimes with security, you might have to update some type of hardware or no?
No, so we wouldn't have to update any hardware on our end. It's basically the way that we've been working on it is that we've looked at what security protocols they have and so on. And what they've shown us is that the newer companies, and of course Infor when they first came as well, that they're doing a good job in maintaining their security. On our end, we also maintain our security. And the communication between us and them is, of course, encrypted. So it should not affect any of our hardware here. Is that?
So, well, I guess I'm just dumb and naive, but so then a business hardware is different from homeowner software because computers are obsolete after 4 or 5 years. So we don't have to worry about that in a business sense?
We don't, because the new technologies that they're using, like for instance, Amazon Web Services, AWS, or Microsoft Azure, or depending on the company, they're using different cloud technologies in the back end. The hardware becomes just a matter of processing and storing that information. The software just glides on top of it. So when they do replace that hardware, they just go into these server farms, remove the server, add a new server, and it just joins.
And that's part of the services. You don't really see that. To amplify or clarify from my simple perspective as well, that I'm saying is, when you consider your desktop environment, yeah, we may have to upgrade because OS changes. For example, Windows 11 now requires basically a significant hardware enhancement if you have older computers, which would be, but because we're talking to these applications in the cloud across the internet, all you have locally is a browser interface that you're interacting with the cloud with. And that's just an application that runs on your desktop. And that's really low profile in terms of resources on your computer.
Okay.
I mean, you could use, was it Google Chrome?
Yeah.
You could use a Google Chromebook to do all this work.
Doesn't take much processing.
Just for that, you wouldn't use Google Chrome for a whole bunch of other things. Anyway, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. Esther Land Management Analyst for the district. So what I'd like to cover now is really when we evaluated alternatives to, first of all, save the district money with a new system. We really also focused on one central question, and that is how does this improve service for our customers and strengthen the district in the future? So one of the things is enhanced customer service. Our systems, as stated, are really outdated. Since then, the market has been really healthy. There's a lot of money in government ERP systems. And what comes with healthy competition is very, very good reporting and customer service portals that are now available for customers that our current system, IPS, does not have. one of the things is here. When you log in right now as a customer of Rainbow Water District, you are able to see the amounts that you paid every month, but no other detail. And so what happens from that is at the end of every year, most recently, which Josh's group has probably experienced, customers call in to get their full information for all their bills to do for their taxes. And we get about 50 calls a year. And what that requires is for the staff to take the call, pull out the report, go through about 3 iterations to draw the data, clean it up and send it back to the customer. Because our staff is very efficient, it only takes about 15 minutes, but this is actually something that with a new system, you can do by yourself and the customer can save their time and not have to call into the district. We love it when our customers call in, but we also value your time, and that is something that can, really champion that our customers can really make use of all the data that is presented to them for their profile at the touch of one click. And a lot of the platforms out there, they're very easy to use. The UX interface is designed to be basically navigated and trial tested by a fifth grader can use it. You can even champion, teaching your kids how to do the bills, who knows? But that's one of the exciting things is the interfaces out there now are so beautiful and simple, and we would really love to provide that for our customers. One of the other things is better help through a shared portal view. So one of the very frustrating things is you can imagine is when you call in and you want to find certain places on your bill, but your screen is going to be different from customer service. Some of the vendors that we solicited, they have a feature where we can duplicate the exact screen that you're looking at and have the customer service exactly guide you. Hey, Director Hoffman, on your upper right hand with the orange, that's where you can access all your information to change your phone number and everything like that. And mind you, right now, when people change their information, they have to call into us. This is also another option that'll utilize or give independence to our customers to really do all the changes they need to in their portal and really only call into us when they have substantial issues with their accounts. So what that means is shorter wait times, fewer transfers, fewer errors, and faster resolutions for our customers, which is what we love to see. This is really just for you. It's easy to read financial for distribution. So right now, the reports that we generate, the beautiful reports that our chief financial officer generates, Ahmed generates from IT, or even Chad from financials, it's all exported through 5,000 lines of data that we convert, put it into PowerPoint, or use Excel to put graphs. But with the new systems, all of these features are built in. So these systems use this data and you can click and choose what kind of data you want. You put in your sets. And what's beneficial to you is we're able to get you information faster for you to make decisions faster that better will champion future movement for our district. And lastly is simplified reporting on demand. This is not only for financials, but also for water main breaks, for our inventory systems. The new systems will have three-way matches, which means that purchase orders will be directly linked to our financials. There's no more reconciling for our staff. What that does is present really up to date. Today, if we want to see how much we paid out to an engineering contract, we can pull that up on screen, where if you use our systems today, it'll probably take staff about 15 minutes to pull out that information from the different platforms that we have, reconcile with each other because they don't talk. As Director Hamilton had said, there's no upgrades to make them talk. With the new systems, it's all in one. And before we get on to the next slide for the Chief Financial Officer to present the financials, what I do want to thank our staff that have been working really hard to find vendors that are best suited for our district. Like Director Hamilton mentioned, the system we have right now is a great system for an aerospace company. There are a lot of systems out there that are better for our water district, and not even just for any water district, for ours. So what we've done is we solicited over 15 vendors. From there, we talked to each company to find out what they could do for us, ran that through our IT manager, engineering, all our staff to make sure that we actually need all these features. And we trickled it down to 2 vendors. And from that conversation, we went and we really negotiated good contracts for our district. So if we were to adopt a new agreement, we can at least lock in costs for 3 up to 5 years. And that really is good for our projections. It's one of the costs that we can control. We can't control inflation. We can't control water main breaks or anything like that. But this is one of the costs that the district can control. And staff has really utilized this opportunity to make sure that when we present a new platform, it will be beneficial to our customers, to our board of directors. And when we present these costs, they are locked in. So any additional cost above this will be our staff time to implement, which is going to be less than $1 million like last time, way less. And in the end, even if we adopt the higher of the two vendors, it'll still be a cost savings to the district opposed to what if we just stay with what we have. So at this time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Constantine.
I was gonna say in our meeting too, you talked about, we talked to other water districts too about what they're using, so you can get the pros and cons of each of your vendors that you're looking at. Yes?
Yes, not only we talked to them, we went on site to have them show us how they pull reports. We wanted to see, you know, sometimes you have to see it to believe it because the salespeople will sell you anything. So we really wanted to see.
Lies lying.
Right. What does this look like? And then talk to staff, because we ask vendors, hey, what what districts use you? And they'll give us the list. Well, we don't talk to those guys. We talk to everybody else that didn't give us because we want to know the pros and the cons. So we went to Scenic Wastewater District. They currently use one of the vendors and they showed us, and the staff have glowing reviews about them, say their customer service is up to par. We also went to Poway. They use that as well. One of the vendors that we asked, and we asked about the implementation, pros and cons. Was it really painful compared to other vendors? So we have fully baked kind of all the struggles that we could experience so that if we were to go forward with one, maybe some things are going to be painful just by nature, but at least we're expecting it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
The only question I have is, it sounds like you've already selected or defined a subset of vendors. And I'm curious how you were able to do that without a statement of work. In other words, how did the vendor give you pricing information without some form of statement of work?
You want to answer that?
Do you want
Yes.
to? I think Esther has an answer.
Yes, when the district goes out to any conferences, we are perpetually solicited by many different vendors. So a lot of these conversations are naturally occurring, and all their prices are really what they do. Even with FPUD is they'll come on site and they'll just show you the product without any kind of solicitation. And that's one of the reasons, because the market is so competitive.
That's a typical sales hook.
Right.
Right. Here's what happened. I mean, these guys vetted, 14, 15 different
Vendors.
solutions down to a few that would actually meet the needs of the district.
Okay.
Like that.
So you based the assessment on our needs versus what they typically charge for those needs.
Correct. And they've given us preliminary pricing.
Okay.
Still final negotiation has to happen, but
I come out of this commercial software industry. Bear with me.
yeah, go ahead, Constantine.
Thank you. And we are not approving a certain vendor today, so
Right,
this is
I
just for us
understand
to put on our budget, and then.
It was just, how did you even come up with these numbers?
Oh,
Without
sure.
having some
Yes.
definition of what it is you need or.
Yeah.
They knew what we were after. We'd let them know what we were after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm. And as my part, I will talk about cost savings to our district. So after soliciting multiple vendors, and I would like to thank Esther and our staff to spending a lot of time actually to going out and comparing the cost. We came to realization that there are some systems out there that actually will cost way less than what we're paying right now, even with implementation costs included. So I wanted to focus on the 5-year projected average cost, because this is some of the contracts that we saw we can get ourselves locked in a 5-year contract. So I took an estimation of 5-year average cost for our current system, and because there are multiple different systems that we're paying for, they're separate invoices. They have to pay for asset management system, for our accounting software. Average is about $366,000 per year, and the new system, and that's including the implementation cost, averaged out of over 5 years, will be $227,000 only, which is already lower price that we're seeing on the market today. And over the next 5 years, we could save from 700 is on the low end up to 900,000. And this will really help us to release that pressure on the fixed cost and that are affecting our water and wastewater rates, because at the end of the day, they are paying for the system and for our operating cost. So this cost savings that are really driving this effort on the system. Here on the next slide, I wanted to show that we have Return on investment, break-even point, we're gonna start saving after year
You skipped
2.
this slide.
Yeah, I didn't see it on this presentation. There was another slide where year over year. You could see it in
It's in the
the
packet.
board, in the board packet. Yeah. That's why I got a little bit confused.
I'd let you get away with it, Constantine, but I had a question.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't sure why it's not on here.
Yeah, there's a slide that's
Oh, you could put
page
the agenda packet.
63, page
You
63 of
share
the
that.
packet. But it's a year over
It's in
year.
the agenda packet. You could share the agenda packet page. You could see, yeah, this one is
Yeah.
year over year cost comparison, and then you can see in blue, this is our current system, and it's year over year increasing at about 10%. That's what we're seeing from invoices that we receive because we're not locked in a contract. We'll just get an invoice and we have to pay it. So at any point of time we decide to switch over, we're not locked in. It's just year over year. It renews every February and then we'll pay for another year. But we're estimating that new ERP system implementation will be at around, so on the first year, we'll spend 529,000, but then going forward, it's going to be only 151,000.
So it's really 151,000 plus roughly 300,000 in implementation costs?
So 529 includes the 151
Plus the
for the
implementation.
first year.
Here.
Mhm.
And the difference in the 529 and the 151
That's an implementation
is
cost.
the implementation cost.
Yes,
Okay.
the one that vendor will
I
charge.
just
us.
wanted to make sure there wasn't a front end load.
Yeah,
The implementation cost is included in your estimates.
that is correct. Yes. And after that, we see savings going forward. And also the reason we could save is because if we go just with one vendor, that includes all the modules that we need, asset management module, financial module, and billing software for customers all comes in one packet, then we'll be able to save more. And then the things that we see available for us is, and then thanks to Esther's research and reaching out to one of the vendors, they said that they could lock us in a 5-year contract where we know that the cost will not increase, will not escalate, and it will be easier for us to also to predict our operating costs and really will
I
affect our.
like the fact too that when there's a new update, it just automatically gets it, you know, when they come up with something, it's just sometimes software companies, they charge you, if you want that update, then you have to pay for it or whatever.
Depends on your contract.
Right, if you buy the basic package, then everything is like an add-on, right? And so this is.
Right.
Yeah.
The packages that we look at, they will roll out automatic updates. And they will also sit with our staff and do a training. They'll have recordings on how to do things the new way. So, and there's no new like hardware or anything that we need to install on our end. They will be just, they'll have a notification date when the new upgrade rolling out, and then we'll just be able to use it. So
On the technical side, do you anticipate any problems migrating the historical data from the existing system into the new one?
Not problems, migrating from one ERP system to another, and that's why there's the high cost in the first year.
Yeah, sure.
That's just, it's transferring the data. We're very well versed in the data structure that we currently have. And of course, the newer ERP company will be well versed in their own data structure.
And they obviously provide for that capability.
Yes, yeah.
Question for you. I guess it'd even be for Jake. Did we look to see what FPUD uses, Rancho uses? I'm just kind of curious because since we started that joint with those other 4 agencies, like we've already found out that one or was, we're going to be able to save on fuel. So I just wondered, did we do a background in those other agencies?
Yeah, FBUD's actually implementing now one of the systems that we're looking at, one of the top, systems for government agencies. It's Tyler Muni is the system. So yeah, they're implementing that now. They're getting rid of what CityWorks and kind of the same thing. They've got multiple systems and they're The opportunity there for sharing is not really there. I mean, you'd have to integrate your entire.
Well, not sharing. I mean, pull information. Who are they?
Yes,
choosing?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
all I'm at.
So I can tell you, well,
I think
Probably
Esther
shouldn't
said
say
that you went out, and talked to a whole bunch of the
We
different
did.
water agencies and
she actually went and visited Poway and
find out
and
what they're
Dina.
using.
But yeah, it just so happens, yeah, FBUD's implementing Tyler. Rancho actually just implemented Cloud Suite, and I'll just leave it at that.
That good or bad?
Yeah.
Thank you, Constantine. You can now move on to your cost
continue.
break.
And I almost forgot to mention, and I will give you a little bit accounting over here. So the implementation cost, since you are getting a 5-year contract, can be amortized
Amortized
over
over the 5
the
years.
5 years. So even on the graph, you see the cost escalate on the year one, but it's just the cash outflow. It does not affect our rates, because when we do a rate study and set our rates, they're based on accrued revenues and expenses. We follow full GASB accounting rules, so this will be amortized though. So there is.
So the reality is it's a little more than 151,000 a year. It's that plus whatever amortization.
Right, and that the calculation that I did on my first slide, so about 227,000. This is with amortization.
Cool.
Mhm. Yep.
Good work.
So, next slide shows that we'll start cost saving after year 2. It's basically summarize the previous one. And this is just a summary and conclusion of what has been presented today, that we see cost savings with the new system, and new ERP will have elevated cost on a year 1, but then after year 2 we'll have savings on going forward. And then we're seeing no modernization, no improvements with the current system, even though costs are rising.
So again, this is really just kind of step one. Kind of wanted to get the thumbs up.
Yep.
We're gonna move. We'd like to move this into the budget, and you guys can see what it any impacts. Although we expect over the 5-year forecast, that's actually a positive trend. But we'd like to move forward with some formal RFP and get that included in the budget.
And you're looking to start maybe July 1?
It's sometime around that. Yes.
Did we already renew in February with?
Yes.
So we already did
Currently
that
renew.
this year.
So we start
This is for
until
next
next
year.
February, but
Yeah.
we do need some overlap time to
Make sure
get the
everything's
new
up and running.
system tested.
Yeah.
Transition all the current data into a new one, conversion.
Yeah.
time.
Typically about a year-long process to actually get the implementation done. So
What's
And
the estimated time that staff's gonna have to be taught and learned? Is it gonna be relatively easy or?
well, I mean, that's one of the things we really looked at was user friendliness of the systems. There will be some staff impact during implementation. I mean, obviously there's time that has to be put in on that. So I think that's something we'll look at when we go to, especially when we're looking at the budget, right? Do we need to bring on, some temp accounting help or something like that just during the kind of this gap time when implementation's going on? It's pretty typical for an organization when that happens. And so all those things will be brought forward as we kind of dive into the weeds a little more.
And then I'm just kind of curious, the company, whoever you do choose, then would they send like a representative here while the systems are integrating? They're helping, and they're like on 24/7, we can call them like, hey, we got problems.
yes.
I don't know if they would be physically here, like, of course, there would be kickoff meetings and so on, but there would be a representative from them that we would always be communicating.
That's how we used to do it. We used to put a trailer out in the parking lot. That was the implementation trailer. But I think with Zoom and the technology, probably a little less. Yeah.
Mhm.
Job cost.
Thank you.
This is the aerospace platform. By the previous aerospace engineer that worked here. Made a big deal about being able to job cost very efficiently. Is that part of one of these systems or is that a different system?
Yes, we would.
part
That-
of this.
Yeah, we would have, yeah, we'd have those individual job numbers and
We're not losing anything. We're actually gaining a lot
It-
more with a better user interface.
it'd be a lot more effective. Yeah.
Mhm. And that's all. Staff recommends that the board authorize staff to proceed with development of ERP replacement budget proposal for inclusion in fiscal year 27 budget. This authorization should include direction to finalize the project scope, prepare procurement documents, and return to the board with recommended solution and implementation plan.
Another question then, you said you got it down to 2 agencies?
Right.
Or- How are you going to decide between the two? I'm just kind of, what's going to be the,
Get a couple proposals.
We,
oh,
we
but by,
found,
but they're going to
A
be
very clear
they're
statement of
very
work and cost
Mhm.
implementation and
Yep.
they go back, you go back to proposals.
But they're very similar. They both can do the same thing.
Similar, but they have their own unique strengths and things, I think.
two major items to look at is cost saving, of course, and the second one so that all modules talk to each other. So that we have three-way match when we're purchasing something. I would like to see some of AI when we're processing invoices. So the scanning of the image and creating the invoice instead of keying this in manually. Just so things like that, some integration for purchasing.
Esther said we were going to vote, but I told her it wasn't a democracy. So.
Well, these 2 agencies, are they going to come to the board or is staff going to decide who's going to get the potential?
They might present to staff. I don't know that we need to be in the weeds.
Well, I just like to know.
We'll certainly keep the board, keep the board apprised of everything that's going on and you'll have a chance during the budget to
During the
take.
fund
It
process
says return to the board with recommendation, solution and implementation plans.
That's right. Yes.
For that staff, I was just kind of curious. I'd like to know some more, but okay.
Well, staff can present both options and give the board an opportunity to hear their recommendations, and like anything else, we ultimately decide.
Any other discussion? Do I have a motion?
I
So moved
second.
on what?
Yeah.
Option 1?
Yes.
On the recommendation.
Yes. On the recommendation, option 1, yes.
Thank you. Moved by Director Hoffman, seconded by Director Townsend Smith for option 1. Roll call vote, please.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine,
Bye.
Director Hamilton,
Aye.
motion carries.
Motion passes. Item 8D, consider approval of fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year operating and capital budget review and adjustments.
And I'm going to let Constantine take this one away.
Thank you. Let me pull it up on my screen. We're in item 8D. So this is a standard financial procedure that we do at the district when we review mid-year budget as we get our 6 months of actuals. And overall, the district operations remain stable within expected parameters. So I didn't see anything that is majorly stand out. So the changes that are proposed here that you see in front of you today on the table A, they primarily reclasses for GASB standards and for financial purposes where finance reviewed expenses and noticed some of the operating expenses and items that we worked on could be actually a CAP. So that's where you'll see a decreases. For example, in pumping department and operations department, some of the equipment maintenance and repair. So when we budget for a year, we budget to repair a valve, for example, and then we notice and ended up replacing it completely. Then it becomes a capital CAP. So those are the moves that you see, and then that will be on the other side an increase in the CAP, which offsets by operating decreases. Primarily, the driver for the increase is just the line and end, the emergency repair line, which cost 2.6 million. That would be.
The estimate
included
is
on-
2.6 million. So we'll.
An
yeah.
estimate that we're going to include in approval of the mid-year budget today. And that is the grand total, basically, is driven by the line NN. And on the wastewater side, CAP increase of 75,000 for lift station 1 rehabilitation, the schoolhouse lift station. And
Yeah, just to give you a little, I'll give you a little background on some of these things. So like Constantine said, we have some, they're just kind of between the O&M budget and the CIP budget. Those are some water quality projects that that operations took on, some mixing systems and that in a couple of our tanks that we were kind of struggling to keep disinfection residuals up. And so they took that on, but really what it ended up being was a capitalizable improvement. It's going to have a useful life of 10 years or more. So those are just kind of transfers between operating and CIP. You also see the EV charging stations. We ended up, we bought the one EV vehicle this year, but our electrical IT staff just went ahead and installed one of the charging stations. We'd kind of put some budget in there because we thought we were going to kind of need to expand that program. But the legislation that was kind of forcing us has really, it's kind of been in, it has changed. They already pushed back the deadline on the EV purchases before it even started. They pushed it back 3 years. And there's just a lot of questions that are surrounding that right now. Ford's not going to make the Lightning anymore, the Lightning truck and things like that. So didn't feel like we need to go ahead and spend a bunch of money on that while we're kind of waiting to see how things shake out, and we'll have time to respond if we need to. So there was a little bit of savings there too. I guess those were the two big points. And then obviously, yeah, the big one is the line NN that, us pushing forward with that replacement of that, the line that blew underneath Highway 76, which we've been talking about for a few months now. That project is actually in the contractor's hands now. And so we'll actually get real numbers. That's why I was saying this is an estimate, but felt like we should include it, but we'll have some real numbers here in the next month. About the next month. The other one on the wastewater side, the LS1. So that's not the thoroughbred LS1. It's the old LS1 by the golf course there. That was the one we had talked about potentially needing a little bit more property. The county owns the property around it, either owning it or having a long-term easement. So that's kind of the funding that's the funding that's pushing that project forward. We've got to define kind of what the property requirements are, and we're working back and forth with the county to try to secure that for a future project to rehabilitate and expand that lift station that's needed for growth. So that's it. I did want to say, and this is a couple years in a row, I mean, just our management and staff, when we're looking at our operating budget, I mean, it's really, they're very frugal and they pay attention to their budgets. And as we've got, 6 months in, everything kind of looks on track, right? We're a little bit behind on water sales, which, very cool July, and that, but as far as our operating budgets, I mean, every across the board departments are kind of right on line with budget, or below. And I think the water sales we're within, percentage points of, 5% or so within budget. And again, we're still months to go, so not a lot of concern there either. But anyways, that's our mid-year budget.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion? I move we accept the budget as presented, adjustments as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Mack. A roll call vote, please.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine,
Aye.
Director Hamilton,
Aye. Motion
Motion carries.
passes unanimously. Item 8E, consider approval of a new engineering and IT modular building.
Mr. Williams going to handle this one.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I have a new favorite quote from
from our general manager on this one, because this is within the approved capital improvement budget. Thank you, Ahmed. And so when you're looking, you don't remember the quote? You
I
gave
do.
him? Okay. I was like,
Now I
you're
do.
giving me that look. We're well within our approved fiscal year budget. And so when I brought this to Jake, he said, let's bring it to the board. I said, really? He goes, yeah, just because we can doesn't mean we should. I really liked that. So it's my new favorite quote. So as stated, we are within our approved 25-26 fiscal budget. This expenditure that we're bringing before you today is actually less than that amount, which is $500,000. During the course of the fiscal year, we have been working with architect consultants and mold testing and lead testing and asbestos testing consultants. We've worked with HVAC consultants. We took a really hard look at building 2, which is our abandoned building where operations used to be housed. Look at what would it take to rehab that building as a tenant improvement. Again, we had $500,000 to work with. We're like, we could do a tenant improvement for that. $3.2 million for a tenant improvement. This is keeping the existing building as is. So Ahmed, Robert, myself kind of just kept scratching our heads. And we were looking at the operations bullpen right outside this boardroom one day. We're like, could that fit where the engineering trailer is? And we get more people. It frees up some warehouse space where the IT manager currently sits. It brings 2 departments together where right now we're spread out all over this campus. So we started looking at that. We took some pictures for y'all, and we brought this to the engineering and operations committee as well. So this is what the interior configuration would look like. It would give us 8 new offices and 2 additional restrooms. And as anyone who's been here on a day like today, restrooms are at a premium. So this is 2 additional restrooms. In the center of the triple wide modular building, we would have a large conference table. So typically staff, when we need meetings, we use this conference room or the small one in the engineering trailer. This would be a much larger conference table available for any department. And then there would also be some cubicles for staff that doesn't require offices. So where it says 2A, 2B, and 2C, those are the 3 individual trailers we'd be looking to replace. And those trailers are currently under lease. We've been leasing them going back to about 2012. And they're in disrepair. The 2B has an uneven floor. They've worked on it a few times. You can see the roof is in pretty bad shape. I happen to work in 2C. I'm in the window on the far right, and to get to my office, I actually walk through someone else's office to get to my office. And then to get to the rest of my team, I walk over to 2B. Ahmed gets all his steps in. He's in the warehouse building down here, and his staff works in 2A. So we're kind of spread all over. There's just another look from the back. So we had we solicited 3 quotes from 3 different modular building companies, and we had them come out and confirm that where these 3 trailers currently sit, the new triple wide would fit. We're going to lose 4 parking spots, but we'll have plenty of room to move those. But it would take up this area. But again, it's more cohesive for all staff working in there. So it would look essentially like this. We don't use the second door on the left there. Thank you, Ahmed. Because of the ingress and egress, it's not needed for emergency access. It's small enough. In the new configuration, we would have access to both of those doors. And so there would be an ADA ramp going up and then a deck connecting in between. It's just another view. That the small trailer behind the ops bullpen, that is the locker room. So with that, again, anything that I overlooked from the engineering and operations committee, we looked a lot into there was questions about why procure this and not lease it. We're currently leasing the operations bullpen, and in hindsight, the ROI on that was 7 years. We are on year 6 right now. So we actually looked into, all right, well, we're not going to be moving headquarters anytime soon. Let's go ahead and look into procuring that. The purchase to price today is almost the same as it was 6 years ago. It has not decreased. And it's not like driving a car off a lot. The trailers somehow hold their value really well when you want to buy it. So on this one, rather than leasing and coming up on that 7-year mark, let's go ahead and buy this. And if we do end up doing anything with headquarters campus, we could always get rid of this lease and sell that one.
Yeah, and the ROI on this one is actually a little better because we're dropping the lease from the existing trailers, so that it actually brings it down to like a 5-year or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know if you just said this. I don't know, because I was thinking when you were saying, was there anything I missed? You're learning from your mistakes. You wish you would.
We wish we would have bought that one.
Yeah.
Hindsight.
Okay.
Yep. So we want to buy it.
We had COVID in there. We were anticipating moving to new headquarters at the time we were negotiating these leases.
Correct.
And COVID threw a wrench in all of that, and we're now resurrecting that activity. So if we give it a 3-year life or something like that to figure out what we're going to do headquarters wise.
Yeah.
But the fact you're saying they tend to hold their value and we can resell them.
Resell it.
If there's someone behind.
Question?
How long is this process going to take and what's going to happen to the staff who are currently working in buildings?
Very good. Good stuff.
So we actually have the order of operations for that. We reverse engineer in engineering. So what we do is if the board gives us approval today, we will negotiate with Modular Building Concepts for the procurement time of the new facility. Based on that timeline is when we give our 30-day notice to terminate the existing lease. The other company, operations, clears the site, installs water, sewer, data, and communications. We're going to have as minimal downtime as possible, but we're probably looking at 2 to 4 weeks of downtime where staff would work out of the operations bullpen. We have a green room and some staff work out of their vehicle. Yeah, good
Chad,
questions.
does this, I get mixed up with these buildings. Does this include removing the hazmat building?
No.
That's
No.
different. right?
Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise you guys wouldn't be working in there.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as staff, and I think I can speak for the general manager, every time we look at building number 2, the hazmat building, it's like,
Yeah.
it would just be nice if it was just torn down. But it's expensive to tear down a hazmat type building.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
filled with
But that's on the list. There's a list of things that need to
Thank-
take place in it.
action item number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question for you, when you cancel the lease,
Mhm.
is it up to that leasing company? Or they come and remove the
They do.
trailer?
Yeah. So in all of these lease agreements, there is a MOB and a demob fee, and that fee's already been included in those original lease agreements. I think we put that in the staff report. I think,
Mhm.
yeah, approximately $14,000 to remove the existing 3.
Do they give you a time frame? Like, let's say you cancel next month.
Mhm.
Do they have like a time frame within 10 days or within 30 days?
So we have to give them 30 days notice, and then we would agree on a date where they're actually going to, because we have to move out of them, have to find staff a new temporary home. So yeah, we would negotiate that. Yeah, great questions.
Any other discussion?
Mm-mm.
Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hoffman and seconded by Director Mack. Roll call vote.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine,
Bye.
Director Hamilton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimous.
Item number F, consider adoption of an ordinance amending Administrative Code Section 8.11.040, water capacity charge and reduction in meter size ordinance number 2603.
Yeah, I'll pass this off to our customer service and meter supervisor, Josh Cruz, here in a second. This is really, I mean, this goes back to December. We had talked about some potential changes or things we wanted to look into as far as our the meter downsize program. And there was a couple of things that came out of that, one being the possible implementation of a low income rate assistance program that'll be coming at a future date. But we're kind of putting all the efforts in to bring a framework on that back to you at some point soon, next couple of months. But this was one of the bullet points that we talked about, and it was really the look that the way that the downsize program works, ag doesn't really fit very well in it. And so we wanted to look at, what are different ways we could potentially take a look at our agricultural accounts and come up with a better solution on how to right size meters, right? And I think that goes both ways, right? Whether it's a downsize or having to bring somebody up because we're overusing. And so we've got a couple of there's a potential revisions to the admin code that are included in the packet. But it really gives kind of another another arrow in the quiver for our customer service team and for our ag customers to, to whether it's an adjustment to their operations or a long-term change to their operations where they can kind of right size, the meter size and the applicable fixed charges to the actual use that they're, or the demand that they're putting onto the system. So with that, I'll turn it over to Josh and kind of take you through our thoughts on this.
Thank you, Jake. Good afternoon. Just want to give a little bit of a recap here what we discussed at the December board meeting. So basically we did a study back in 2017, and what that told us was essentially how much water can each meter size handle. So if you look at this table here, you can see the max month is the units per month. So the 3/4 inch meter is going to be able to handle about 50 units per month or 30 gallons a minute. That's the instantaneous flow. 1 inch is going to be about 80 units a month or 50 gallons a minute. So the important thing to notice here is going to be that max flow GPM, the instant flow, because what can happen is if they start exceeding that number there, they can decouple. They start under registering, it's lost revenue for the district, and we have to replace those meters. So that's really what we're trying to protect is the max instant flow. The second part to that resolution is the parcel size. So if you guys remember, we had a couple variance applications about that. So anyone that has a half-acre property has to have at least a 1 inch meter, and that's for potential water usage. If you have more land, you have more use for planting trees and use more water. Those are going to be the two requirements there. So when we look at the current downsize requirements, basically owners would have to demonstrate that they haven't exceeded that max month in any month in the past 12 months. The half-acre limit, right? They have to have a 1 inch meter, and that standard is for both residential and ag properties. So going back to the table there, kind of touching on what Jake mentioned. After reviewing the policy and analyzing water usage patterns, basically we determined that max month, the 50 units per month, 80 units per month, is more appropriate for the residential customers. Their usage doesn't really fluctuate. It's mainly indoor water use. Whereas the ag customers, you'll tend to see their usage fluctuate, throughout the summer months. It gets a little hotter. So the way that we could do that is we can install AMI meters. So the AMI meters allow us to look at the water usage remotely. So the current meters that we have right now are AMR. And if we want to extract that data, we have to visit the property, do what's called a data log, and it can only give us the past 3 months of water usage. Whereas the AMI meters, it saves the lifetime usage, and we could do it from the office here. So big benefit using the AMI meters. These are going to be the 3 proposed admin code changes. So the first one, like I mentioned, due to the high variability of the usage patterns for ag customers, the owner must demonstrate that the water usage will not exceed the maximum continuous flow, that GPM, like I mentioned. Second one, if a customer exceeds the maximum continuous flow, the district may install a flow restrictor on the meter. So basically what that is like an orifice plate, take like a 1 inch meter to about this size to about that size. What that's going to do is just limit the flow to that 50 gallons a minute or 100 gallons a minute. The third thing is going to be after 2 violations, the district may require the customer to upsize to the appropriate meter size, the original meter size, and the customer would be required to pay the difference in charges from the first month of the flow violation. So the way that it's currently written, we go back to the date of the agreement, and what we'd like to do, and what makes most sense, is to change it to the date of the violation. If they've been good for 12, 13 months, we don't want to penalize them back to the start of the agreement, rather the date of the first flow violation.
Yeah, and so these changes, I mean, they do a couple of things, I think, or the intent is to do a couple of things. One, it gives the district a little more, a few more options to how to deal with overuse of a meter, right? And that's that's actually why there's a change in the capacity charge section of the admin code that basically just says, hey, customers responsible to stay under these flow ranges for their meter size. If you don't, then we have these options, right? We're going to go and just make sure, hey, this meter actually can't flow more than that. So it protects the different district's infrastructure. So that's kind of the first thing. But it really, what we intended to do was kind of add well, not kind of, add an engineering review to this process, right? So when, you know, agricultural customer comes in and says, hey, I've made a change in my property, or I just don't use that much water, right? I don't even come close to using that kind of flow. We can kind of take it through, you know, so, a sieve to, you know, say, hey, okay, is that true? And we can actually verify that either through the meter use or field visit or whatever that. It gives staff some discretion to kind of determine, yeah, this customer can stay under that flow range. Obviously, then we can continue to monitor that once we replace the meter. The last part that Josh was talking about is as far as how far to go back. The kind of the current policy has us, going back to the original downsize agreement, which means, whether it's 2 years or 10 years, right? And we felt like, this can't be a forever thing, right? If somebody decides they want to make a change the other way and they come in, they go, hey, I started using more water, I need to upsize my meter. We shouldn't go back to 10 years ago and go, yeah, you owe us all that because you wanted to start using it now. Just felt like that was a little penalizing. And this gives a little more flexibility to our ag customers to kind of make changes and survive, right? The difficulties that they're going through. And it gives us some flexibility to help them do that. And so obviously it requires them to make some kind of a change, right? I've got to keep my flow down, the demand on the system goes down, those kind of things. But I think in both cases, it kind of provides a benefit to, potential benefit to a customer that's willing to kind of comply, make sure the district meter stays sound. And but also some ramifications, things the district can take on if it's not being protected, right? Which we didn't really have before. Yeah. So that's the intent of the policy changes. And yeah, any questions?
2 questions. Who determines to change out from the meter that you'd have to go to the site versus one you can read from here? Who determines to change that out, and what is the cost?
Well, the cost would be borne by the customer. Okay. So the whoever makes the request, that cost would be borne by the customer. But again, it's going to go through an engineering review, right? So they're going to go, I want a 1 inch, I can stay underneath, 50 gallons a minute or whatever it is. And we take a look at the property. So it's on kind of more on a case by case basis to go, oh yeah, they've demonstrated that they can.
So this would be a form the customer fills out?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, it would be.
Which brings up the question, you said that these are going to be AMI meters that can be read from the office. Where's the network?
Cellular. So
it's a cellular?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
How much is the meter? Like 500, did you say?
Yeah, it varies a lot by the size, but generally, yes, somewhere from 300 to, if you're a big meter, it could be 1,500, but your 1 inch meters and that are $500 in that range.
Extensive, just from my own knowledge of not knowing this, obviously, but how extensive is it to go from a 1 to a 2 or a 1 to a 3/4? Sorry.
It kind of depends. If you're going up, that can be, you could have some bigger plumbing challenges. Yeah. Usually when we're downsizing, not so much. It's just basic plumbing above ground. Well, it's in a box.
How big's the lateral to the
meter? So it only goes so far. It's not.
Typically it's a 1 day, less than a 1 day job. Yeah.
And we pay for that?
No, the customer requesting the downsize. Yes.
Okay.
All of it. So we collect a deposit. It covers the meter cost and the anticipated labor cost. And then it's reconciled at the end.
Jake, I have a question for you. Do you find that as a whole, the district, when houses are sized according to the policy, as far as meter size, do you find that typically that water usage stays within the limits that are set, or do you actually have either commercial, agricultural, residential units say that are on a 3/4 inch meter, and that was what they were assigned based on the size of their lot being under half an acre, that for some reason are exceeding that amount? Do you monitor that? And is that something that occurs, or does that rarely ever occur?
I would say it's not a frequent occurrence, but it does occur. And right now our metering infrastructure doesn't have great capabilities for us to monitor real-time usage. So that's kind of that's really what we're proposing here too, is a kind of some advanced metering infrastructure. That's AMI to allow us to do that. And I think going forward, I mean, I think that's the norm that we'll be implementing. So we can deal with those things, because I think those they definitely exist. They
Okay.
definitely exist out there. So it's something I think with the policy too, with the policy change and being able to potentially restrict flow if you're grossly or exceeding your meter capacity, it actually gives us some leverage to do some of that, to make
Okay.
sure things are right sized.
Which we don't have.
For purposes of this agenda item, we're only dealing with people that have downsized requests, correct?
Well,
Apply to ups.
no, there is a general statement in there that talks about us being able to restrict flow if there's a exceedance on the instantaneous flow. So
Okay.
that could be more global.
Okay, okay.
And under the current policy, we have no capability of really doing anything like that.
Yeah, it's not defined.
You know, where you have a ratepayer that is exceeding the capacity of the meter, and we're ending up replacing meters because they're burning them out and they're underreporting. We really can't force them to upsize or put a restrictor in at this time.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, if a restrictor is called for, who would bear the cost of that and the installation of it?
The district would bear the cost of that. I
Okay.
mean, it's a single, or I mean, I guess it's labor, but it's just an orifice plate.
Quick
Yeah.
job.
Got it.
Any other questions or discussions? Excuse me, Rick, 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm deeply involved with this, and this is lacking. First, on item 3, if we put a restrictor in, how do you ever get to a second violation? You can't.
Well, you shouldn't. Yeah.
You should.
Right.
But I'm saying and to back up, this whole problem with downsizing or right sizing is driven by our rate structure. I've sent emails out to the board about how expensive the fixed charges are in Rainbow. And that's driving all these people to want to downsize because of the cost. So I think we have to look at the root cause of this.
Rick, and I don't disagree with you, but that's a different topic.
So we have,
And we're on the topic here. of
yeah,
board.
but I'm saying, so we get to this point. So let's talk about instantaneous flow. On an ag setup, it's very difficult to control. On a house, it's usually pressurized both sides. When you start up a meter, and I've done lots of studies on this in conjunction with staff on my own, and I have got not an AMI meter, but they changed my meter register. So it's digital instead of analog, which allows you to see gallons flow. Most valves are able to slow close to prevent water hammer. There's only 2 valves on the market that I know of, Clay and Clay and Nelson, that will slow open. And Nelson's is not chloramine resistant. So now we're down to Clay. So there's other ways to manually throttle, but you see big spikes when a 2-inch meter opens and you've got to fill a manifold on a big irrigation plot. You are going to see instantaneous flows that may exceed, but they don't last that long. That can be managed. So I'm just saying there's a level of detail missing from this presentation about some of those other things. The other thing, in my particular instance, I've been wanting to downsize since we did the meter changes. The current administrative code has me going from a 2-inch to a 6-inch.
Wow.
Because the code is written, the whole origins of why we have this is based on a what was it called? The report.
It was a capacity study.
Yeah, it was a rate study report. That's just grossly flawed because they guessed. You read the report, it says, well, we had to label somebody, put ag in here. Well, this doesn't work for ag. So now we have a lot of people trying to downsize, right size, or crop swap and stuff. And in my case, I'm taking out, or I'm going to reduce my demand. And it should never be based on how much you use in a month, the volume you use in a month. That's just meaningless. It's all based on hydraulics and what the meter can flow. And the meters don't really break, but correct me. The registers uncouple And maybe the registers can't recouple the magnetic thing. So there's some, the way this has been described, we're not physically breaking meters, but there's also, I brought up at a previous board meeting. So my property has that 2-inch cost associated with, which is 90,000. So for the next couple of years, when I downsize, I'd like to be able to just move that at a minimal cost. And Robert could correct me, but I don't think it takes, if it takes a day to change a meter, we need a different people out there changing meters. Because we've gone through the whole district with all the meter changes and identified all the problems when we put new meters in. And there were substantial in some areas, but this just needs, there's more meat to this. There's more detail. And I don't think this accomplishes what I need to do. I have questions about, so what happens when I resize up when the trees come back? Thank you for remembering.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the intent, I'll just say with our changes was, if somebody wants to resize back up, right? That's the whole point of not going back to the beginning, right? So when somebody, if he comes back and says, hey, I had 1.5 inches or 1 inch or whatever for 5 years, and I need my flow back, we're not going to go back to the beginning and charge you, or the capacity charge wouldn't apply. Well, that's what we're saying. I think all the issues you brought up, but talking about instantaneous flow and all that, that's exactly what we're addressing here.
Oh, well, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. If you exceed instantaneous flow,
yeah,
you're gonna be in violation.
Correct.
So I'm saying we need to address instantaneous flow. That happens. That's gonna happen. Unless I invest. A 2-inch clay valve is thousands of dollars. I'm willing to put that in to manage the slow open.
Yeah.
But
I think that's what we're asking.
I think the best thing is look at this as an incremental step toward working toward addressing some of your issues. We currently have some holes in the system that preclude us from taking any action whatsoever. For overflow or underflow, or upsizing and downsizing. And I think this is a good step potentially to moving down the path and then continuing to consider and evaluate your issues that you've raised.
Well, I don't feel I can move forward with too many unknowns. So if I downsize now and pay whatever I need to pay, and then 5 years from now, when they get new trees in and upsize, that's not in what I've read in what's in front of the board.
No penalty. But just back to the time of when you start, like if you start using 200 gallons a minute because you've replanted your entire growth, well, it's time to upsize. And from the time you started that's when your charges are going to go up. That, I feel like it addresses what you're talking about.
In my case, the 2-inch meter, so $91,000. Because right now, there's no credit for that. But in the past, the discussion has been, and I think the code is,
yes,
if I go say I go down to 1.5 inches now, and I go back to a 2-inch later, and I don't know what 1.5 inches is, let's call it 45,000 just because it's half. Or I'm responsible to pay that difference to go back to a 2-inch. That's wrong. That's what we're trying to sell more water, not put growers out of business. And I've written to you how extremist the avocado industry is, this year. And we have to find a way to work better. This is a start, but I've also been in limbo for 18 months on this. So, and this is thousands and thousands of dollars a year for me, like 7,000 a year, but just to right size my operation as it is now. So I'm anxious to move forward, but I don't see this being complete enough to do that. And I'd like to put an application in and have it be effective the date I apply until we get this sorted out. And I've been told no. And every month it's thousands of dollars out of my out. So thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Say, Ahmed, when we do the billing, does a flag go off, for example, whatever the numbers are? So let's say it was a 1 inch that says 80 units for a month, right? So does there a flag go up if it says that person used, let's say 110? Is a flag then goes to, let's say, somewhere in a department say, this one is exceeding the capacity of this meter. Do we have that capability now?
We don't, we do not have that. We have an analysis that we do later on to figure out issues with meters and things like that.
But wouldn't that be a
That's one.
simple software fix or no?
Yeah, we do have an, yeah, we can have accounts automatically flagged with that, but sorry, but then what would we do after that with it?
Well, for example, if it would put the district on notice and potentially that
Be more
ratepayer-
proactive than reactive.
Yeah, that all of a sudden, and maybe it could be explained, maybe there was a break, something like that, but it also then gives the ratepayer and the district, there's something going on. And then maybe the following month, we definitely need to be seeing what's going on with that meter.
Well, that's what you see with the AMI meters, right? You can actually flag, continuous usage, which would indicate a leak. You can, so I think that's, we're going to continue to move in that direction. Obviously, when we replace meters, that's what we're going to replace them with. So we have better eyes on it. Right now, we don't have great eyes on it.
But is that not a capability
No,
to?
it is,
do
but
that?
it's more of a manual process. And then you have to dig deeper, right? We have to actually go out and go, okay, are you really exceeding? And you have to go pull the 15-minute data. It only goes back 3 months. So you may not be in the summer at that time. That's kind of the complications of kind of what we have existing.
But wouldn't that be, seriously, wouldn't that be something we should look at? Because
We should, and I think this is the first step in that because we actually didn't have any teeth in the policy to do
Oh,
anything
okay.
about it,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So now we actually have some teeth
Because
to
if it
actually
did,
do
in
something about
theory,
it.
it had, the meter got flagged 2 consecutive months, maybe that
Right.
then dictates a letter.
Yeah.
Says,
And the intent isn't to go out on a witch hunt, but we wanted to at least have some,
Okay.
yeah.
so this is the starting point.
Yes.
Okay.
Just want to reiterate, the volume we use per month in ag is meaningless.
We're saying.
No,
We're
but
saying.
he's not saying that. He's asking for software billing cycle because you're billing units, not rate of flow, you're billing units. So if a 1-inch meter, going back to the presentation, where the current administrative code is based solely on usage per month volume. And I could apply water, drip versus, high flow rate. So in a residential setting, there's a high correlation there between monthly volume, because your shower head's this, your toilet's this, they figured that all out when they did the permitting. Ag, it's totally irrelevant. It's all based on flow rate of the meter and exceeding gallons per minute. So I don't want to spend a lot of money and time measuring the wrong thing. So.
No, I get it.
You get it. Yeah, I think we all get it, Rick. And just, we need to have some teeth in the code. We also need to have some better hardware and data collection capabilities. And both of those are being addressed with the AMI meters, but they're doing it, instead of doing another 8,000 meter replacement at $8 million. Well, anyway, but the point is rather than trying to do them all, we're going to do them incrementally based on need and requirements.
If we just change our rate structure, a lot of this pressure would go away. If we move from.
Different topic. Sorry. I hear you, but the issue you're bringing up relative to rates versus how we're enact the admin code. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other additional discussion or questions? Is there a motion? I move we accept the admin code changes.
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Mack. Roll call vote.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Yes.
Director Hoffman,
Hi.
Director Irvine,
Aye.
Director Hamilton,
Aye.
Motion
Motion
carried.
passes unanimously. Item 8G, consider adoption of an ordinance amending Administrative Code Section 2.06.010.02 that's it. Committee and adoption of a resolution approving authorized committees to utilize teleconferencing provisions as eligible subsidiary bodies under the Brown Act.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Alfred to chime in here in a minute about the quorum, the 1 or 2 director quorum, but this was something that was at discussion last month regarding the committees about in-person attendance. Is it absolutely required, or can, is there a virtual option? Mainly in the hope of, less canceled meetings, if emergencies or those kind of things come up that that need to be dealt with. Nossaman took a look, and actually there's kind of new law, and you can comment. Yeah, appreciate a comment on that too. That basically allows it for certain types of committees. So the budget and finance is not one of those, right? So anything to do with budgets and dollars and cents is prohibited. But the other two committees, communication, customer service, and engineering and operations, could be attended remotely. And so we've proposed some admin code changes to allow that. And also I know a question from the board came back too about the quorum. If only one board member was available at all, could you still conduct the meeting? That was another question, but I don't know if you have anything to add on that. But the proposed changes are that to allow remote participation for the two committees, for engineering operations and communication customer service.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so Jake's referring to, there's this new legislation that refers to eligible subsidiary bodies. So for us, that's our committees, the standing committees. You don't have to worry about the Brown Act issues for any of the ad hoc committees. So there's essentially three ways that, board members now can attend committee meetings. You have your traditional Brown Act, which is where you have, a majority there in person. If we only have two members, but if it's a larger committee, you could have the other members attending remotely and put their location on the agenda. There's the just cause emergency circumstances provisions where directors can attend that way. You don't have to place your location on the agenda. But here, this new eligible subsidiary provision, it allows for directors to attend remotely. No one has to be present there. All you need is a location like this room that's open to the public. The public can come in and participate. You need at least one staff member there, and the other directors can attend remotely. What's interesting though is that when I dug into the entire legislation, there's this little sentence that distinguishes between appointed and elected directors. So appointed directors, and that would include, in situations where we have a vacancy here and the board appoints a director, they can just attend entirely remotely. You don't have to put your location on the agenda or anything else. But it says for elected directors, you can still attend remotely, but the remote location needs to be within district boundaries, and the location has to be stated on the agenda. So that's one thing that still doesn't apply even under this new legislation.
The boundaries.
Yeah.
You have to be within the.
Yeah. Mhm.
They're like within the 85,
Yeah, our district boundary.
so you can't be in Montana.
No.
No, unfortunately, it can't
Well,
be.
that was the big question.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So there are still restrictions
There
on
are
it.
some more
Okay.
restrictions.
And it still requires it to be on the agenda, which is a 72-hour posting.
Yeah.
Advance notice.
Can I ask a question, probably about quorum? I understand quorum to be 3 of 5. So we use the word quorum when there's 2 of us, so that there isn't a quorum or is a quorum. How is 2 people ever a quorum when there's 5 of us? That
Or-
word's just thrown around when I get so confused because there's never 3 of us.
But
Yeah.
it's a,
I'm asking Alfred. Go ahead, Alfred.
So I guess there's quorum two different ways. If you're talking about the board in general, because what the Brown Act defines quorum, it says a majority of the directors present. So if you're talking about a board meeting where you have 5 board members, you need the 3 to have a quorum.
Okay.
For this committee, since there's only 2, the reason one wouldn't qualify as a quorum is because the Brown Act said it has to be a majority of the directors. So
Not
you
1.5.
right, exactly.
So there never would be a quorum.
Well, 2 is a quorum.
Yeah, you need
You have full,
basically
you have to be full, yeah.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And that is the opinion, Alfred, on the quorum issue then, that 2 must participate for the meeting to proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
For our committees, yeah.
Okay.
So if a Greg was gone and he couldn't, he's in Mexico, so that doesn't count.
Right. We need the alternate.
We would need the alternate.
the-
I
yeah.
couldn't run the meeting alone.
No.
Right. We wouldn't have a quorum.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will need the alternate, or if, for that particular meeting, if the just cause or emergency circumstance applied, he could still participate under that provision.
And that's
What
only,
define just cause emergency.
That's the one, it doesn't include, it includes basically, caretaking,
Sick, right?
if you're sick, if you have a contagious illness, mental health, if you have some sort of disability that's happening. It's if you're traveling out of town on district business, that applies, but leisure travel doesn't apply.
and this is anything to do with money,
Mhm.
then that's where the differentiates, right? So like community said, communication and E&O, they don't have to deal with money, but budget, since it has money, they have different standards.
That's right. Yeah, they have a list in there in that legislation. If it's budgets, taxes, spending proposals, it even goes on elections, police oversight, privacy, access to libraries, any of those like subject matter jurisdictions wouldn't apply, but so that's why it doesn't include budget and financing, but engineering and operations committee, as well as the custom communications and customer services committee qualify.
Alfred, and this is a convenience. It's not something that we're required to adopt. It's something that could be adopted as a convenience, correct?
That's right. It's entirely optional to the board. And if you do adopt it, it has to be renewed every 6 months.
Renewed every 6 months.
Every 6 months. It could be on the consent calendar, but that's where that's where our
And it-
legislature came down on it.
And again, just to clarify, with respect to this accommodation, it's only remote within the district boundaries, which is kind of odd because if it's not an emergency situation, it would beg the question, what would be keeping you from physically attending if you're already having to participate remotely within the district boundaries? So it's really not much of an accommodation to begin with.
Right. It's really for elected directors, it's really not that big of an accommodation. It's more
Yeah.
for, those boards that have appointed members. It's really a big deal for them. A lot of the multi-jurisdictional agencies that have appointed directors. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Any additional questions or discussion? Is there a motion of any sort?
Oh, man.
I'll second it.
Director Hoffman, you moved it, is that correct? And Greg, did you
Second it.
second it?
Well, do we really have a choice?
You do.
The choices is leave it
Yeah, you do.
as stated.
As is.
Leave it as it was originally stated, which is you need 2 directors at a committee meeting physically present.
Participate from home.
Roll call vote.
Director Mack,
Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
I have to abstain on this one.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine,
Aye.
Director Hamilton.
No.
Motion carries with a 3 and an abstention and an objection.
Alternative energy investigation, item number 9.
Yes, and this is something the district's been working on for a while. Chad's really been leading up this effort to really take a look at if there was any potential projects out there to help with our energy use, our cost of energy, really. We took a look at last year's, to give a little context, took a look at last year's budget. We, about 1.8 million each year and that includes, that's the portion of our budget. So it was that 4%, a little less than 4% of our budget for obviously pumping water, right? Moving water around the district, also the district headquarters and any other miscellaneous, power needs around the district. But yeah, so we're, looking for ways to obviously to offset expenses. And so Chad's going to kind of take you through all the things that we've looked at. We don't have, and I think we have one of our consultants that's been taking a look at some of our individual sites and taking a look for any opportunities that would be there. Mentioned a little bit, I mean, this industry is definitely faced some headwinds over the last year or so. Expiration of the federal tax credit, the 30% tax credit on solar, some of the kind of uncertainty involved with tariffs and things like that. This is what we've heard from some of the outside vendors that we've talked to. It's actually a little difficult to cost projects right now because they're just not sure exactly, how much things are going to cost coming in and some things like that. So it's been, honestly, it's been a little slow moving, and we haven't identified an exact project yet. But I think we're overturning, or we're turning over all the stones to try to see what's there for us to see if we can save anything on energy. So I'll turn it over to Chad and let him tell you what we've been doing.
Yeah, I know it doesn't seem like it because it is slow, but this is a passion of the district to try and find renewable energy. And with us today is Nancy Rohrabaugh with Optera Energy Services, formerly NG. And we're going to get to that part of the presentation here in a moment. And I've told her she has permission to kick me in the back of the leg if I misspeak in any way. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So thank you to the IT department because I was able to find emails from 2020 on this subject. And so we went back, and that's kind of the starting board. So these are the companies that we have met with. And this goes back to, again, 2020, Energy and Water Consulting, which is a consultant. And we're going to get kind of more into the weeds on each of these. But this is a consultant who specializes in member agencies and then navigating how do you work with a solar provider. We had a PSA with this person. His name is Dr. Lon House. Back in the early 2020s. We renewed that PSA in September. He is a very difficult individual to get in touch with, but we do have an active PSA with him. We met with InPipe Energy, Laketricity, Optera, formerly NG, and then San Diego Community Power. Okay, so what Dr. Lon House, he was the one who recommended back in the 2022 prior communication, the RESBCT program. So that's where at our pump stations, as Jake mentioned, that's where our biggest energy consumption is, but we don't have large footprints of land to install a lot of solar panels. So this program allows you to build offsite solar, and then you can get those credits on all of your SDG&E bills. It's not the same as a direct power because you're not directly offsetting at that site. Yes.
Just question for you. I've done a little bit of research. Now, supposedly, they've caught these wind turbines. Now, supposedly, you're in a windy area. They're actually showing that they're producing more power. Have we even looked into that, or is that?
We have not looked into wind turbines. I did look at one that is an in-pipe turbine.
Wind farm.
Wind farm.
Wind farm. All right, we can meet with wind farm.
You got to have sustained high winds. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're not just looking at solar. To be clear, we are looking at all renewable energy, with the exception I did not look at wind farms. So apologies.
Chad,
yes.
can I just interject here too?
Sure.
Have you checked out the company called Terra Verde?
Yeah.
That other surrounding districts are using?
Yeah. I worked with Terra Verde actually on a RESBCT project that I did, a 5 megawatt RESBCT project. So they're a good consultant. Not cheap. Not a cheap consultant. They cost, but they are good. They're respected in the industry. On these ones, that's kind of was their specialty for a while. I know they've kind of branched out into some other things, but they were doing a lot of these RESBCT projects. And like Chad said, which was really a good idea, right? You could actually put the solar where you have land. You still had to have a power load, so you had to have some kind of a meter there, but it didn't need to be much. And then you could actually transfer those bill credits elsewhere. Problem with it is it only transfers the energy generation part of the bill. So it only offsets the energy generation part. And as you may know, all of the utilities have moved their model to off of the energy charges and onto the distribution charge. So I'll give you the example. I won't name the project, but we built this 5 megawatt project. It was supposed to save a couple $1 million a year. It was barely breaking even because of that change. ended up with a settlement with not SDG&E, it was a different energy provider. But again, I think to this day, it's still, and it was a incredibly competitive price on the, the price per energy unit, price per kilowatt, but still just barely offsetting that generation credit. And so that's the utilities have kind of moved the needle a little bit on these things. But this is why we went with Lon. Lon's independent, and he just looks at the district's best interest, right? Is there a project out there where capital, the capital expenditure that's required, is it going to pay back for you? And so that's what he's looking at. He's taking a look at all of our properties and seeing if there's anything there that fits.
Okay.
But yes, so I think if they're, again, I like kind of the third party, because Terra Verde kind of has they have skin in the game, right? They have some skin in the game. So we really wanted to kind of have a third party, separated to tell us, yes, I think you have a project here. And then that's exactly where you would go. Terra Verde or some other consultant that really puts together those spec packages and gets a competitive environment going for some of the energy providers. Used to be SunPower and those, I don't know who's out there, Baker Electric and, those types. So, yeah.
Yeah, and energy and water consulting was recommended by Valley Center Water District. They used him on some of their past projects. Okay, we met with a pipe called In Pipe Energy. And again, so we just kind of wanted to give the board a timeline. So the prior communication was back in 2024. Then we followed back up on those previous discussions in August of 2025. This company has turbines within a pipe, and they had all kinds of really cool pictures and videos to show us. I asked if there was anything anywhere near Southern California that we could go see. They said no. Their closest was Oregon. It's really off of what this kind of requires is if you go to our pump stations or our pressure reducing stations where there's this constant demand and a break or a boost in pressure, this is like this offshoot building to the side of it that's sucking the water and drawing and using that pressure to build it. It seemed like a really cool concept, and we were interested. And again, zero follow-up from them after that meeting.
Yeah, these ones are a little bit tough too. The hydroelectric power, I've got a little bit of experience with this too. Kind of like the wind, it takes to make it cost effective. You almost have to have a constant flow of water and then ability to break a decent amount of pressure, right? I can break 50 pounds, 60 pounds of pressure. And what it does, it's basically a reverse pump, right? It's just generating electricity, same way a pump goes the other way. There are some applications out there for it in a kind of a closed distribution system, a little bit more difficult because, our pump stations ramp up for 6 hours and then ramp down, and we shut them off. We're kind of playing the on peak, off peak game. So again, it's not too surprising that they didn't find much in our service area. If we had a discharge to a river or something like that, these are beautiful applications for
the site they showed me in Oregon was right next to a river.
There you go.
There you go.
So, but again, we're turning over the rocks.
Yeah,
we're turning over the rocks.
Just put the turbine in the river.
There you go. Okay, we met with Laketricity. This was one of my favorites because back in 2022, everything was going pretty well in the discussions. And then it closed with, all right, well, this was like when you work with a realtor, you have to sign an exclusive agreement with that realtor. This is how this meeting ended. So I started this meeting in July of 2025. If there's going to be an NDA requirement, we don't even need to meet. They went through an hour-long presentation and then closed with, and we will require, and I'm like, got to be kidding me. So we don't recommend doing this because that NDA precludes the district from reaching out to any other consultant or company that does this work.
Yeah.
And their thing was they would install floating solar panels at the Beck Reservoir. And then if it filled with rainwater, it would rise and go, but it's meant for an actual reservoir. So they're out of the state of California where we're required to have floating covers on all of ours. In other states, that's not required. And this is where this really comes into play. But that NDA was just for the district. It was no-go.
Beck would have been a perfect.
It could have, but it would still be the RS.
Well, you guys looked at that before, right?
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
So maybe.
I don't understand the requirement for an NDA.
I don't either.
The company required.
They are requiring, and when we send it up the chain, I was like, we can't talk to anybody else about renewable energy. It just doesn't make any sense for us.
About renewable energy.
Correct.
Oh, in other words, the NDA makes it a sole source.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, and this one, and Chad knows this better than me. This one was chased down quite a bit.
Yeah.
The option at Beck, and the issue there was the outgoing power lines. Right, you had to upgrade a couple of miles of power lines to actually get the energy back into the grid, which killed it
We
the
even
first time.
considered putting stationary solar in Beck, and
yes,
it always came down to the infrastructure cost to get the electricity out is just makes it unaffordable.
Correct. Yes. Okay, we met with San Diego Community Power. We met with them originally in 2022 and again in 2025. Back in 2022, they were not really interested in a partnership program especially with what were considered small project. When we met with them in July of 2025, they said that had changed a little bit, but that they were undergoing a transition in leadership, and to get back in September. We've reached out a couple of times, and the last time I did that in September, I set Outlook reminders to remind me when to do this. They said, we're still bringing the people up to speed. We're not quite ready to have any discussions yet. So ongoing, yes.
Is this the company that at the
CSDA?
Yep. Yeah, because they gave us a good gun hole.
I know.
Yeah.
Sales pitch, and so
They are so good at these. That's why I'm up here today, Director Matt, because they're so good at these sales pitches. But when I meet with them, I'm like, if it's this good, let's do it. Let's do a deal. And I'm not like, no one wants to do the deal. So
yeah, this one I think still has some potential.
It does.
Because they are, they're required to go out and purchase
They're
this
100%
alternative energy.
green energy.
Yeah, and they did say they were looking for kind of local community projects in these different areas.
Small projects, they said.
So they pushed us off for a couple of months, but I think this is one we're going to continue to pursue and see if there's something there too.
Was that last September or this coming September?
I followed up with them September of 2025.
Okay.
And so we're due for a follow-up. Is your new leadership up to speed, and are you ready to talk with us?
So you have a punch up to call them every month?
Yeah, I think I give them like 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to bother them too much. Okay, which brings us to Optera and why Nancy's in the room. So I sent that email. This again goes back to 2020, 2021. I found the old email correspondence, and it was interesting because when Nancy replied, it was not NG anymore, but it was still her. And so, okay, we're talking with the same people. Optera Energy Services is a spin-off of NG. Please, I don't want to misspeak.
She's gonna kick you in the back of the head.
Still tricky. Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Rorba, as Chad mentioned, and it's a pleasure to be here to talk about what we do. We as a company have been in existence for about 50 years through our legacy company. Now, NG purchased us in 2018. NG is the largest energy services company in the world, but they're based out of France. They wanted our division under their umbrella because their supply side services were demand side services. We work directly with customers to help them save energy. They provide the supply side energy, the generation. And then they didn't really quite understand the United States. They didn't really quite understand what we do. And so after 8 years, we were actually purchased by LS Power, and we went back to our old name, Optera, which we had previously. LS Power is a domestic company. It's out of New York City. They have multiple generation assets, but they have a little bit of a demand side presence, but we provide the majority of that demand side presence. So we've been doing the same thing for 50 years. I personally have been doing the same thing for 31 years. I work with people at this company that I worked with for 30 years. So it's a very stable industry. It's just that we're gone back to Optera again. And can I say a little bit more? Is that right?
Yes,
So
please.
so not only San Marcos, Chula Vista, I have a great story about San Marcos, the director. Okay, great. Yeah. But so we've worked with hundreds and hundreds of public sector clients, primarily public sector clients, whether it's water districts, school districts, municipalities, county, city governments. I know that General Manager Wiley had talked to, I believe, the city manager at Oceanside. We have a project there. We've done projects in Escondido Union School District. Director Mack mentioned San Marcos, which is near and dear to my heart because if I can tell a little story. So the EV mandate, right, that General Manager Wiley had mentioned a few years ago, San Marcos Executive Director of Transportation, Mike Sawyer, not sure if you know him. This guy's amazing with grants. And when there's a grant available, it's filled out. He's ready to push the button. And all of a sudden he was getting 33 electric buses coming in. And the San Marcos Unified School District, their transportation department is actually on city property, on the maintenance area where the city owns. They do not have their own electric meter. They pay a little bit of money to the city for their electricity. And so he came to me and he said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have these 33 buses coming. We have like safety power shutoffs for 4 days at a time. If I get an electric bus for free, I have to crunch the bus, the engine in a combustion bus. What am I going to do? And I have no idea. I have no infrastructure, no charging, nothing. I don't even have my own electric meter. And so what we did is we worked with the city, we worked with the utility, SDG&E, brought in 2 megawatts of power. They now have their own meter. We've installed 75 EV bus chargers for them, 2 microgrids. So what they can do is they can pull solar from the sun, obviously, goes to the chargers charge the buses at night, the microgrid, the battery systems charge the buses. When the buses come in, it's all programmed. They don't have to change, don't have to come out and charge, plug in buses. And when there's public safety power shutoffs for 4 days at a time, they can still drop the students off and pick the students up so they can get them home safely. So it doesn't matter what the challenge is. We've done it. We can do it, having been around for as long as we do, whether it's lighting, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, security, solar, wind turbines, where it makes the most sense, battery storage, microgrids. We've installed the most microgrids in all of California. So just a tremendous amount of experience. And one of the things that sets us aside is, just like with San Marcos, I use that as an example. We not only did we build a system that paid for itself, all those 75 EV chargers, all the infrastructure, working with the utility, we also take a comprehensive look because obviously we pay the highest rates for electricity in the country with SDG&E. And so there's a tremendous amount of savings available. What you're currently paying the utility, you could actually pay yourself. You could actually upgrade your facilities with that. And some of you may have heard of this. So we take a comprehensive approach. We talked to the school district and said, have you retrofit your lighting? They said, oh, sure. We looked. We found 19 schools where the lighting was not retrofit, including their San Marcos High School, which was built in 2012. It was all T8s. We upgraded them to LED.
Is that the San Marcos Knights?
Well, I don't know what their mascot is, but that's a 400,000 square foot high school.
Yeah, that's a brand new high school.
It's in 2012, exactly. And they needed lighting retrofit. So we look underneath every rock. We look for savings everywhere you go. They were looking at community power, San Diego Community Power, with regard to, I think they're actually under the different CEA, Clean Energy Alliance. But we found that there's a very good renewable rate under SDG&E. So you have to be careful if you're going to switch rates under an alternate provider, because SDG&E has a very attractive renewable rate. So there's a lot of different ways to save energy, and those savings come right back to the district. So with regard to San Marcos, I get back to that. That's a $40 million project that not only pays for itself, but also delivers $1 million, more than $1 million annually back to the general fund. This is after everything's paid for. So there are quite a bit of savings. And we've been working with Chad and the district now, the water district, for a few months. We've uncovered quite a bit of savings. We're ready to bring those numbers back to the district and share those next week when you have time. And same with Chula Vista Elementary, you mentioned, we've installed solar at 48 of their 50 schools. They built two new schools since then. But 8 megawatts, more than 8 megawatts of power in 18 months. This Escondido School District, like I said, we are currently in installation right now at the Yucaipa Valley Water District and Yucaipa Valley Wastewater District. We have all different projects that we can take you to on tours if you'd like to see, but our experience is extensive. And like I said, we pay for that through grants, through savings. It shouldn't have to come out of your general fund at all. There's enough savings available. And then I do want to mention with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, that is coming to a close, but there are milestones that you can meet to still capitalize on that. San Marcos is getting $6.5 million. Yucaipa School District is getting $5 million. with regard to your water district, there are requirements that you have to be in contract, you have to have this, you have to do that, but there is still money available up until July 3rd of this year, and then you have to show that you're actually installing it by the end of the year. So there's still possibility to get millions of dollars.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 'cause that's one question I was gonna ask you. I read an article that says the 30% ended this last December for the public,
Residential, correct.
but they said you can still get till end of to 27. I thought they said if you deal directly to, I guess, whoever, maybe.
All the milestones changed. You know, they changed at the they changed at the beginning of the year, they changed again in August. So we're keeping track of all that, but they seem to have settled down for now. And if you meet these certain milestones, the money's still available. We help you apply for all that. So
Is these grants coming from the state?
there are federal grants, there are state grants, there's grants from the San Diego pollution district. I mean, there are just so many different grants out there. And we have a whole grant writing team, a whole team that investigates that. And I don't get into that. I'm just the happy person who gets to come and say, oh, you have $15 million in grants. So,
Whoa.
you know, I get the good part, but it takes a real, you know, dedicated, exactly.
What was the time frame that from the beginning for San Marcos School District? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, we started that, we received our first approval. We're doing it in two phases because Mike Sawyer, the executive director of transportation, received his 33 buses. And then he got notice he's getting another load of buses, up to 75 buses. So we are in construction now on our phase 2. We completed the phase 1. That was first approved in December of 2022. They approved the phase 2 in December of 24. We're currently in the middle of phase 2 construction. But we should be up and running on that second microgrid. All our solar is already installed, but we should be up on the microgrid, the second microgrid, which is a Tesla Megapack, which is just huge, by June.
So you're talking about 3 years?
3 years, let's see. We go into engineering once we receive the contract, which takes about 6 months for a project that size. And then we start construction. So we started construction in the summer of 23. We finished up last June. So 25, about 2 years.
2 years.
Yes. 2 years for construction. Now, since we're already out there, we didn't have to remobilize. We already put in the infrastructure for the 75 EV chargers. All we had to do is install the 35 new EV chargers and the additional solar. Will be done in June with that second phase. So it'll be much faster. So in regard to timeline, do you have that timeline slide?
I think I did.
Okay, go. You want to talk about it? You want to talk about it? You want to? Can I just say one more thing? With regards to the turnkey solutions down at the bottom, we do everything. So we run a competitive process. We get bids. We are required to get, we personally as a company are required to get bids for whether it's HVAC, piping, pumps, light, whatever it is, solar. We get bids for 3 because we want to make sure you get the most competitive price. But we do everything. This is where we specialize. Okay, we are on the hook. We remove the risk to the district because not only do we engineer it, we take it through permitting, we take it through closeout. We work with you to secure the rebates. We have on-site construction management. We will bring in a trailer. For ongoing maintenance and verification of your solar and your battery systems, we have agreements with most of our customers for 20 or 25 years to manage that for you because somebody has to come out and do the panel watching. Somebody has to come out if there's a glitch in the system or you need a new inverter or something.
You want the timeline? That
Sure. But we manage all of that and it really helps because we're experts in that area. You can't be experts in everything. And
But we are not experts in solar. That's why I
But,
spent the day with Nancy and her team and you've been looking at so Optera is going through every single SDG&E bill the district has, been analyzing that data for about a month or so now and coming back with their solutions. But the first meeting in here was, well, you need to upgrade your lighting here.
Yeah.
I would like start with some low-lying fruit. So
We
okay.
found some T12s, as a matter of fact, out in.
At our pump station. Yeah, warehouse and pump
And
stations.
pump stations. I mean, that goes way back to the eighties. But with regard to timeline, so I like to use this timeline because there are steps at the top, but the timeline at the bottom was what we're gonna talk about. So we're, as I mentioned, ready to bring our preliminary savings numbers and cost numbers to the water district. We could do it next week if you want to. If we receive the final approval to move it forward, after that point, we do our final engineering. And that's when we come back with the firm fixed price for your project. We would know exactly what your savings are gonna look like, your grants and the time frame that you should be able to receive your grants, the cost. If the board were to move forward with this program, possibly in June, we're under that cutoff for July 3rd for the Inflation Reduction Act. We would invoice you very quickly. As long as you pay that by July 3rd, you are in the queue to get that Inflation Reduction Act money. And we will tell you how much that is next week. But that's one of those goofy timelines, right? But we have to make sure that our solar is installed by 2027. We have to be in construction by the end of this year on that solar, which is not a problem, because then we would go right into design. Installation would begin on the solar in the fall, and then completion should be first quarter 2028. And we also looked at the RES-BCT program for the Beck Reservoir. And yes,
That was here.
yes.
We kind of skipped a couple
I'm
slides.
sorry about
Okay.
that. But although there is infrastructure with regard to the utility lines that need to be installed, we do recommend a certain amount of customer control contingency to pay for that, because we know what the utility is going to come back with. Because like in San Marcos, they had to install 2 new switchgear. We had to install 2 new switchgear. We know what to anticipate. Yes, sir.
You made mention, I thought, I'm gonna be wrong, I thought you made mention to meet the guidelines, you had to have it done by 27, but you're showing on your timeline, it's 28.
Well, that's completion. That's completion of everything. And so when I say project completion for us, like at San Marcos for phase 1, we are complete with everything. Everything is up and running. But we need to train all your staff on our software, Utility Vision, so that you can create your own charts anytime you want. You can look at the savings. That means all the testing, commissioning, but to get permission to operate from the utility and to get the inspection approved for the solar, that can happen in 2027, not a problem. As a matter of fact, that may even happen by the beginning of 2027, because we should be in construction by the fall, according to this timeline, everything.
And it's the end of 27 or July of 27?
Well, it depends on how big a system you have. If you have a more than 1 megawatt system, it has different requirements. If you have under 1 megawatt, it's a different requirement. The bottom line is, for the Inflation Reduction Act grant at this point, if you receive what's called safe harbor, so 5% safe harbor, and which is not a problem because we have a lot of different solar panels in storage, which we can invoice our customers for. And if we receive payment for 5% of your renewable portion of your project, then you are placed in that queue to get that funding. But then you'd have to pay that invoice by July 3rd. That is the requirement, but it has to be 5% only.
And then the rebate, or the money we get back, that would be at the end of the project? Is that how that works?
So if you receive your permission to operate from the utility and the sign off for your solar or batteries, whatever you decide, your renewable portion, if you receive that in, let's just say, April of 2027, you can file your Inflation Reduction Act grant the next fiscal year. So you can, are you in the fiscal year?
Yeah.
Of
July 1st.
July, right, to June. So you would file that in July of 2027. And the IRS is supposed, since you would be a direct pay customer then, they will send you a check within 45 days. That's what they're saying. Now, we know San Marcos is about to file theirs. Ukaipa is about to file theirs. Chula Vista, we had everything installed in 2022 with the exception of one array and the microgrid system in 2023. So they only get about $500,000 for that system. They have filed theirs. They should be getting something soon. So this is all very new, but our customers are starting to file.
Nancy, is there any pushback from San Diego Gas and Electric on this, since they'd be losing all this revenue?
No, not at all. And SDG&E is always, all utilities are, investor-owned utilities are always difficult to work with. And it took us a long time to get them to move at San Marcos. Right, and then they change project managers. Oh, you're running down the road, we're gonna change project manager, but we manage that. And as a matter of fact, there are a lot of incentives from the utility on EV chargers. And so there is at least $1.5 million the school district is getting from the utility on that. They're a little slow, but we're there pushing them. So that's really the only issue that we have, is just working with how slow they are. But we've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time.
So I think, didn't really talk about their business model a little bit, but this step 1 and step 2, that's what Optera is doing for us now. And they do that at their own expense.
We don't
So
require it.
there's really no cost until you move into step 3. And so that's kind of where we're
Is
at
that
now.
when you bring your proposal potentially that we could say, is that what it is?
Yeah, there's no cost unless you move forward with the project. So the steps are, we'll come back to the water district, say, okay, here are preliminary numbers. Take a look at it, whatever your process is. You say, oh, this looks good. Go ahead and finish your final engineering, your final cost, your final savings, bring it back. And then at that point, we vote on it.
So
So
Uh,
nothing-
basically, an
there's no-
RFP would come back for professional services agreement with Optera to the board for consideration, and the proposal would have all of those cost savings in it.
But I just wanted the timeline. You said we need to give 5%, but what is that date again?
July 3rd.
Well, we'd have to pay for that 5% safe harbor by July 3rd. So
Of this year.
right, so we would have to invoice, let's say in end of May, early June, right? It's tight. That doesn't mean you're gonna meet that timeline, right? But that is it. Right. And it wouldn't be professional services, it would be an energy services agreement.
Okay, see, I'm learning.
No, that's
There you go.
okay. I mean,
Gonna send it to
but
Alfred.
this has been, and it is, so there's so much information I can share with you, and we could do that at a different meeting if you want, or we can have a workshop, but there's a California Government Code 4217. Are you familiar with that? This was passed in 1983 to allow public entity customers to choose a proven contractor to upgrade their facilities utilizing energy savings to pay for that, energy savings and grants and operational savings. This was passed in 1983 to help these public sector clients because so many were utilizing low bid. And so the whole energy, the whole energy movement was taking place back in 1983 in the 70s and in the early 80s. And people were coming in and saying, oh, we can do this for you. It's low bid, it's low bid. Well, they're not saving any energy. As a matter of fact, they're getting equipment that's subpar. This way you get the best energy savings equipment, you get the best warranties, you get to partner with somebody who's been around a long time, you get to choose that partner. And so these are energy services agreements, which have been in existence a long time. And they require in the public contract code or the education code, that's public government code 4217, and I can provide that to you if I haven't already. The contract must be approved at a regular board meeting, must be posted wherever you post your agenda, whether it's out front, if you put it in the newspaper, if you put it in the libraries, whatever, you post it 2 weeks ahead of time, because it is a public contract. It is a government code. But that's the only requirement.
So I think the bottom line is I think we've got to move pretty quick.
Yeah.
If there's something there, obviously, in the next week or so, staff will take a look, and then we'll bring all that kind of information to you. Hey, this is what we would be required if we want to move forward to this. The board would have full discretion on whether we do or not.
And all our projects are driven by the concept of trying to identify not only the savings to pay for your project, but also to provide you with some sort of positive annual cash flow back into your general fund. So, and you'll be surprised that the difference in rates. We're looking at all your different rates and we're looking at everything. So it
Sounds like we got nothing to lose at this point. I'm good with it.
yeah,
I'm good with it.
Lots to say.
Yeah.
And this today was informational, so we will come back with a recommendation for the board.
Cool.
And that's a lot of
Thank you.
information. But thank you for allowing me
Well, since
you.
you're
Yeah,
gonna do
thank you,
that,
Nancy.
Chad, is it gonna be next week like Nancy suggested?
Well, we'll
or-
be back at the board or in
Yeah.
the E&O committee.
As soon as
Yeah.
Optera sends us the information, we'll schedule meetings. Optera's been very good at getting the information back and requesting additional data. Med and Laura have been awesome at answering those questions. So yeah, we'll be ready to go at the next available board meeting.
Oh.
Once we have a chance to
Oh,
evaluate.
not next week, like she suggested.
Staff will meet next week and review their proposal, but then we'll obviously bring anything that's got real merit to it to the board for consideration.
So hypothetically, if we come to the March meeting, that might be the meeting we'd have to move? Is that your thought process?
I think we've got to move quickly if I'm understanding the timelines
meet the
correctly.
timelines,
Yeah, so
We have to at least take the next step, which is authorizing the detailed engineering study.
So
Yeah,
the
stop.
board, the board doesn't have to authorize that for the government code. It depends on what your policy is.
Yeah.
But let's say I bring the information to general manager and to Chad and whomever. And right now it looks very good, it looks very attractive in terms of savings. And then they decide, okay, Optera, we want you to go back and start your final engineering. We can do that just on your okay, if the board wants, if that's your policy.
yeah, well, it'll just depend on the cost threshold and I think we'll bring the contract back to you
Yeah.
before we do that. Yeah.
Sure, and
Yeah.
without a doubt, and it doesn't, whatever we do, we can also hold workshops. So, between now and whenever your board meeting is, if you end up going forward and want to approve this, we can have workshops. So you fully understand everything that we're doing and
That sounds great.
yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, I think that's all we had
Cool.
today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, yeah,
Thank
for
you.
the information.
Yeah.
It's great.
Excited?
Thank you, Nancy. Item number 10, information items. Any questions or discussion? Individual reports,
No more Flint.
reports and comments. General manager's report.
Yeah, I'll be quick here. Water supply, state, we got a nice couple of storms that rolled in, which was really good. We got a lot of snow up in the Sierras, so that helps in the state water project realm. Also snow, I was personally out testing the snowpack in Utah. I wanted to make sure it was there, firm enough to hold a snowboard and some skis, and yeah, no, we actually got 3.5 feet in Utah while I was there last week, and but even more so on the California side. Mammoth got 6 to 8 feet. Tahoe even more than that.
Are we able to capture all that water? I mean, all the,
It's-
will Lake Mead go up, Shasta go up, like,
Go up.
why? Where does it go?
Well, no, that's
Runs
that's
off
where
into the ocean. You didn't know?
I don't.
You've never driven up through the valley with, stop pumping our water to the ocean?
yeah.
Yes, I have.
It's much easier to capture when it melts the snowpack than otherwise. So that is the key part of the state water project. So it's very, very beneficial. In the southern, which is actually the central part of the state, Mammoth and those kind of areas, we're kind of back at normal, like normal for this time of year. We're right at 100, actually a little over, a little above average for this time of year. North, they're still a little bit behind, but they're actually getting more storms today. And so that's going to help. It looks like California is going to probably end up with a decent winter between kind of 3 major storms in November, December, and now February. Yeah, February storms. Everything on the Colorado was kind of suffering. They hadn't had much at all. This last storm will make a dent. They could use more on that side. I would say right now you're probably not going to see Lake Mead go up. It does run there, but we keep using the water. So so that's it. But better to have the storm than not, because they started talking about a snow drought. There was a lot of snow in Utah last couple of weeks and in those areas. So hoping for a little more, especially on the Colorado side, but things aren't looking terrible for California over the next, again, 12, 18, 24 months. Things look pretty good between the reservoir storage levels and our current snowpack. I did want to let you know, March 5th, we're having a event for our agricultural customers, in particular, avocado and citrus growers. It'll be at FPUD, so we're partnering with FPUD, Mission Resources Conservation District, and Team RCD, which is the Resource Conservation District that serves Temecula, Elsinore, Marietta, and Anza. That's what team stands for. We're going to talk about our programs, Crop Swap and others, but specific to our avocado and citrus growers. Again, that's on March 5th. There's a flyer right in our lobby if anybody. But
Where is it at?
it's at FPUD.
Yeah.
I heard Barbara.
Yeah.
I put up that. I don't think I've ever.
Yeah. And looks like we're getting pretty good. I talked to Amanda today. RSVP list is growing. So looks like we might get some pretty good participation there.
Is Rick coming?
Who?
Rick.
Why would Rick come?
Ad.
Connor.
Oh, Rick Harry? Oh, I hope so. I thought you were talking Rick Aragon.
Yeah. Different Rick.
Different Rick. We're MWD is going through their rates right now, biannual budget, so a 2-year budget for 2027 and 2028. They do have some challenges. Sales are down, so it impacts rates. Interestingly enough, they're starting to come out with kind of their proposal on what they're looking at. They're going to allocate some more cost on the fixed side, not quite as much on the variable side. Variable side is more impactful for us, so that's not a terrible thing. But they still have a couple of workshops to go through before they actually adopt that biannual budget. And Constantine's kind of modeling what their proposals look like for our rates. Obviously that'll all be incorporated into the budget and that when we over the next few months when we start doing that. But it doesn't look as bad as it could have been, I guess, is from Rainbow's perspective.
Good.
We'll see where it ends up. Yeah.
Are you talking about raising rates for ratepayers? Is that what-
Well, this is the wholesale water rate that we pay. So, and they're definitely going to raise. They're going to, they need additional revenue, but how it's allocated makes a difference to us. And so that looks a little bit promising as opposed to the last time around. It was pretty heavy on the treated water variable rate side, and that kind of hurt us because that's what we buy. So anyway, so more to come on that. But that process is happening now. Lots of discussion up at Met, and Eastern keeps us apprised. Eastern and others keep us apprised of what's going on there. There's some interesting legislation, AB 2180, that Aqua actually reached out and asked for people to support. It has to do with Prop 218, clarifications to Prop 218. We had talked a few months ago about a couple of cases that really upended kind of, especially the tiered rate structures. And that was this case against the City of San Diego that City of San Diego lost, and a case against Otay that Otay lost. That kind of put everybody back where the courts were really looking deep into allocation of cost on like a per meter basis instead of kind of reasonable assumptions, as far as what we're going to charge our customers in different classes and things like that. And really, again, harmful to those that have the tiered rates. We don't really have tiered rates. Ours are pretty uniform.
Oceanside has that, don't they?
Does Oceanside have tiered rates? I think so. But there was another court case that came through. It was against Los Angeles Department of Water and Power that provided a nice framework that water districts are more used to, right? Where we use reasonable assumptions to create those kind of general rate structures. That's what they're using for this legislation, this AB 2180 is, hey, we want to use this framework, clarify Prop 218 so that water districts have some flexibility in kind of how they allocate, how you allocate rates. Yeah. So anyways, more to come on that too. And especially as we get into rates, we can talk some more about that. Do you have a couple pictures for me? Our operations crew is, let's do the other one first, because that's an ugly one. It's got a point though. It's got a point. So we're out on La Cañada, have been for a good part of February. Even before that, we were kind of doing a lot of prep work. But these are our crews installing 4,000 feet of replacement pipeline, 8-inch kind of local-ish residential street that they're installing it on. But we're doing the entire project in-house. We've got about 2,000. We're about halfway. About 2,000 feet are done, including some pressure reducing stations that we installed. But first pipeline project we've done in a bit, at least in-house, and it's going really, really well. Our guys have, they're averaging about 250 feet a day.
Big is that?
8 inch diameter. It's kind of typical, distribution sizing. So if we go to the next question or the next picture, this is really, I wanted to show this one because it kind of shows one of the real benefits of having our crews do it. So they ran into groundwater. And this was I think it was just today, installing pipe, or maybe yesterday they started hitting groundwater. A little bit deeper section, had to go underneath the storm drain. We're coming back up, so we're 7 feet deep or so. Normally, if this is a contractor, we're looking at work stoppage, change orders, things like that. With our guys, we just deal with it, right? Stabilize the subgrade, get the pipe in. It's probably going to slow down production while we move our way through this groundwater. But this is really, one big benefit of having our crews do it is, we start to get nervous when these things happen because you're paying for all that equipment that's on site and that kind of thing. So this really just allows us to deal with it and move forward, albeit maybe a little bit slower rate, to be able to stabilize it. But anyways, so that's what we've got going out on La Cañada. Guys are doing a fantastic job, and learning a lot too. We've got a lot of young construction workers that are learning how to lay pipe. So it's a good thing.
I don't see Robert in this picture.
I got a photo of him.
He's taking the picture.
Oh. Super.
Just want to give you a preview too. I said I was going to be quick. Budget season coming up. We plan on bringing the draft CIP to E&O in April. We'll follow that up with the operating budget to Budget and Finance in April. And then the board will see both of those things, basically our capital and operating budget, at the full board meeting in April, and then back in May, with any feedback, changes, things like that. So just to kind of get you anticipated for that, April will kind of be a busy budget month. We're going through right now all our department budgets and capital planning and those things. So the board will see that soon. Therese left you a letter today. There is a letter we received from CSDA. There is an open board seat. Board seat C. They have like A, B, and C, and then the different networks. So this is board seat C. If anybody's interested in that, we have a little bit of time. I think it's April or May, April 10th. So we've got another board meeting in between there. But reach out if somebody's interested, and we'll start working on that if you're interested in running for that board seat. That's all I have.
Legal counsel report. You kind of touched on it a little.
Exactly. I touched on it in item 8G, the new eligible subsidiary body virtual meeting rules for committees. So we've covered that already.
Okay. Board member comments. Director Mack?
None.
Director Townsend Smith?
None.
Director Huffman?
No.
Director Irvine?
Just a quick shout out to the customer service team and Josh. Happened to come across 2 constituents this last month who had great things to say about their customer service experience, had questions, and just very complimentary of the patience and the willingness to explain things. And anytime I get that kind of feedback, I just want to pass it along to staff and tell them thanks for keeping up the good work.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. My comments, I was going to touch on the board of directors nomination for the Southern Network. Nikki Winslow is the current representative, and she's running for re-election. So if you're thinking about running, you're running against an incumbent from Altadena, which burned down, right? So maybe
Part of it. Yes.
Maybe she really doesn't have a district, a library district. Did the library burn?
Yeah, it did.
It did.
It did.
Wow. The other thing is CSDA award nominations are now open, and we have till May 1st to submit nominations for board member of the year, general manager of the year, staff member of the year, Ralph Helm Exceptional Outreach and Advocacy Award, and the CSDA Lifetime Achievement Award. Then there are chapter awards where we can compete for chapter of the year, And district awards, independent service districts only. Do we qualify?
Special district, independent special district.
Yeah, special districts, independent special districts only.
I believe so.
I believe we are too. Innovative program, project of the year, exceptional public outreach and advocacy and excellence in technology are the 3 awards in those areas. We have till May 1st, so you can think about anything that you would like to nominate the district for or individuals within the district. Please consider that.
And we do have a internal staff meeting to talk through those
well.
categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just got a question for you. So if we did want to nominate Jake, what's the procedure?
We'll get with Teresa and figure it out.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, board member reports. I essentially just covered the CSDA report. We did have a dinner last Thursday in which we had a presentation on security in your IT environment. I think we'll hear more on that later, so I won't go into any detail. LAFCO.
LAFCO, nothing to report from LAFCO.
Okay.
I don't think they met this last month.
And EMWD. I don't think there was anything there either.
Yeah, we had a ad hoc meeting with Eastern, mostly met updates, so a lot on budget and water supply, and I think really a lot of stuff I just covered in the GM comments was covered there as well.
Okay. Aqua.
The spring conference is a little ways away. It's in May. It'll be in Sacramento. So hopefully, I know I'm going, so hopefully more people go. It's very educational. That's it.
Okay. Committees, workshops, seminars, and training. I'm signed up to take the financial 827 training tomorrow. Huh?
March 4th.
March, next week. Sorry.
Say, Therese, don't we also have a board training when we got interviewed on the phone by that company? I thought it was like March 13th or 18th or something like that. We're supposed
We
to
have
meet?
a special meeting, yes, March 18th at 1
March
o'clock.
18th.
Any others? Item number 12, request to attend upcoming meetings, conference, and seminars outside of the normal ones. Item 13, suggested agenda items for the next regular board meeting. Obviously, we're going to have the solar proposal.
I sent an email this morning about creating a class with service for ag only. Currently, we have ag with residents, and the paper outlines the rationale for being able to do that. And hopefully get a better rate for ag only. It's 218 compliant.
I can't guarantee, Rick, that it will be on the agenda because we just got the information. So we need to review it and staff needs to come back with their own.
Just making you aware.
We'll make a note of it, and if it's appropriate, we'll put it on the agenda.
Should come to the committees. The engineering one and the budget and finance one.
I'm also farming.
No, what I'm saying is they're at 1 o'clock also.
What about the ag committee, Steve? The enthusiasm for creating an ag committee, is that going to be formalized?
I believe we made an ad hoc committee to see about proceeding,
right?
Doing an ag committee.
I'm not brought it up. It sounded like it's a great idea, and then crickets.
No,
I'll come to some of the other meetings.
Yeah.
I submitted my paper and we had some discussion. And
I didn't see it today. I saw that one last
previous,
week. Yeah.
About the plight of the industry.
Right.
Yeah. Seen the plight of the industry. I saw this morning and briefly glanced at your submittal this morning, but I haven't had a chance to study in detail.
It's pretty serious. This year.
Yeah.
I know we say it every year. And couple that with the water quality.
Any other suggested items?
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, Greg.
No.
I'm
None
here,
for me.
so I go first. Okay. I'm gonna have to do something with the Budget and Finance Committee because right now it's Lisa and I'm planning on spending time in Montana this summer. And since I'm out of this circumference of distance, we're gonna have to have somebody take my position.
We have an alternate.
Alternate,
Who is that?
me.
Hey,
Oh. You're it.
No,
Okay, that solves that.
Good.
Your turn. Greg.
I have nothing. I think I don't have any additional agenda items, and if no one else does, I think it's motion to adjourn.
Okay, we're adjourned. We'll take a 5-minute break and move on to closed session items.
Yeah.
Thank you for staying, Marissa.
It's nice to see you, our partner in action.
Right.
I have.
This is Rainbow Municipal Board of Directors meeting for February 24th, 2025, coming out of closed session. Legal counsel, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, President Hamilton. The board met in closed session and discussed 3 items. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, the first item, conference with labor negotiators for the second item, and conference with legal counsel, potential anticipated initiation of legal litigation. All 3 items were discussed and there's no reportable action.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
All right. Thank you all. Good meeting.
Yeah, good week.